T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now in estimate. Okay, you sound good.
All right, gang. I want to know if you're one of those fucking people who watched that last video that got posted with no audio. I can't
remember. Oh wait, when you made the housing market crash, the planet of the apes, and we just want our parents' money back. We can see it in your face that you ain't think we would remember that. Ring, 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 Kenny boy, you better answer that.
I tell you how many times. It has to be like 15 times now that I've recorded a video and I was accidentally on mute. So that sucks. I guess we'll try again.
Someone call Kenny, ask the headie where my money at. Failure to deliver's coming due, but you can't get them back. When margin gets a call and shit, I tell you better answer that. Green boom boom candles to the moon and we ain't coming back. Hodl AMC till each share is worth 100 racks. Hodl GME till each share is worth double that. I'm a diamond-handed ape, someone show me where the shuttle at. Green boom boom candles to the moon and we ain't coming back.
All they need is for the audience to believe until the curtain falls.
Smooth brain day, but not as smooth as where I purchased at. My average so low, it's like I don't know what I'm swinging at. Hey, old man, how many times we gotta teach you that?
How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man?
That we make dumb amounts of money, so we don't mind it when you call us that. It's ironic that they talk fun fundamentals while their pockets bleed just the fundamentals. No bots, no shills, no FUD accepted. When you address the apes and a different message. Our favorite breakfast is a tasty dip.
I mean, anecdotally, what I can tell you, what I saw on my social media, what I see in chat right now, especially if you're newer, a lot of people are just using this as a buying opportunity.
Every red candle always leaves a wick that consolidates for just a little bit. We draw rocket ships and watch it rip. We came up out the jungle, we ain't scared to be broke. We're just a bunch of dumb gorillas. Why you mad at us, bro? Because we made your game stop, and now we're the stars of the show. We take aim, see the moon, that's where the apes wanna go. I said, someone call Kenny, ask the hedgie where my money at. Failure to deliver's coming due, but you can't get them back. When margin gets a call and shit, Adele, you better answer that. Green boom boom candles to the moon and we ain't coming back. Hodl AMC till each share is worth 100 racks. Hodl GME till each share is worth double that. I'm a diamond-handed ape, someone show me where the shuttle at. Green boom boom candles to the moon and we ain't coming back. Coming back.
There it is! There it is! There it is! There it is! Look at that freaking boom boom candle, baby! Let's go! Holy freaking crap! And it's still ripping! It's still freaking ripping, baby!
Someone call Kenny, ask the hedgie where my money at. Failure to deliver's coming due, but you can't get them back. When margin gets a call and shit, Adele, you better answer that. Green boom boom candles to the moon and we ain't coming back. Hodl AMC till each share is worth 100 racks. Hodl GME till each share is worth double that. I'm a diamond-handed ape, someone show me where the shuttle at. Green boom boom candles to the moon and we ain't coming back. Coming back.
My wife and I are on the way to the hospital to deliver our second baby. I can't believe my daughter is going to share a birthday with the Matt Kors. That is hilarious. Congratulations. I'm sure that's an extremely exciting day for you.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgie. I gotta see if there's like an uncut version of that that has a lot less stuff in it. Man, oh man, guys. I woke up to this volume and I was just like, huh? Huh? I kid you not. I had to blink a few times. Like my eyes without my glasses were seeing seeing that the percentage down was like 6% or something like that. I don't know what it was. It was low, and I was sitting there looking at it and I was like, does that say 100,000 shares? I was like trying to like blink my eyes. Oh my, oh my, oh my. It's time to clean these glasses so we can get these glasses on so I can see this with my own eyes. Ook, let me see you with my own eyes. Ah, man. 127,000 shares traded so far. And we still have another hour to go. I'm going to be straight up and honest with you guys. My prediction for this week, this is actually my prediction from 2 weeks ago. From 2 weeks ago was that today would be a red day, tomorrow would be a neutral to slightly green day, and then we would start to see our big reversals in price starting on Wednesday. And I really didn't want to say anything because I know dates, suck, but it is what it is. So maybe we do have a red day today, but the thing is that the volume spiking like this is huge. This is really, really huge. This is a moment to behold. This is the precipice. You cannot have price discovery without volume. You just cannot. There's just no way to have price discovery without volume, and volume is high. That is abnormally high. This is like double than what we're used to seeing in the past. So what could we be looking at as far as volume for the day? I guess it really kind of depends on what our 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume tends to bring us, but I mean, it could be as high as 250K. We'll have to see what it does. That's really going to be the the telling thing. Incredible read, but unbelievable. Jamie's healing hands. Thank you. You missed my Santa talking. All right, so it's time to update all the numbers, guys. Let's go through all the numbers and check everything out and see what's going on here. We do have to, that's kind of the routine of the morning, and so we got to stick to it. I've cleaned the glasses. We're officially ready to go. So let's take a look. Let me load up Fidelity here, and we'll start checking everything out and seeing what's going on. I hope you guys had a great weekend. I hope you were able to set everything down and walk away from this for a little while and kind of get a little R&R and refresh that mind, that amazingly smooth mind that we all have. I know I didn't. I spent so much time working on stuff this weekend. And it's insane. And I've got guys working on things continuously. If you guys ever want to, I am actually looking for somebody who knows Pine coding. If anybody knows Pine coding and wants to help, reach out. Reach out, please, because we need somebody who knows Pine coding. Holy moly, I'm trying to log in Fidelity and it just says loading, loading, loading. I'm not getting into Fidelity right now. What is going on? Why is Fidelity not letting me in? Let me check it on my phone. Seems to be working on my phone. It looks like Fidelity's got their tax information out, guys. If you owe any taxes from this year, it looks like you've got your data. Start doing those taxes. All right, that's not working. It just seems to be my computer. So let me I'm gonna close down Fidelity there, and let me try loading this back up here. Let's see what's going on. Oh, now it wants to work. I'm getting messages after messages after messages. I'm getting blown up, guys. Things are changing. I'm not sure what's going on with that, but I'm going to have to close that down if I keep getting messages. All right, almost logged in here, guys. Sorry about that. Two-factor authentication might save you from a lot of headaches. We had a lot of stuff going on Twitter. I don't know if you guys listen to Twitter Spaces or not. If you do, there was a lot of people talking about attacks from everywhere, man. Personal attacks on people's families. Some people had accounts that were hacked. Crazy, crazy stuff. Ooh, that looks pretty juicy. Crazy, crazy stuff going on here. I'm going to be saying things look juicy all day long today. I just know it. I can already feel it right now. All right, taking you guys over to the other screen. Let's see what's going on here. So first off, as far as price predictions go, we ended the day with the price of 1797. It was Monty, Eric, and did we have only 4 days last week? We had 5. Why do I feel like that's not updated? Oh no, it was a 4-day. It was a 4-day week last week. Okay, so let's see who had the right numbers here. 1797. So I had 15.3 to 18.3. Eric had 17.5 to 25. Duncan had Remtac, who was filling in for Duncan, had 1971 to 2271, and Monty had 19.5 to 22.5. So only Eric and myself got points. So we'll go ahead and throw those tally marks up there real quick for Eric and myself. But Eric winning the week once again, like normal. You filthy dog. He's so good at it. He's so good at price predictions. Let's look at True Demons data here. Day over day, I'm going to start with the bottom number. Day over day price increase was actually, we were down on Friday, negative 0.0 or negative 0.55. Short exempt volume. Remember, guys, whenever SSR trips, we end up having large amounts of short exempt volume. So the number that I'm going to read off to you is going to look a lot higher than what it was because it was only showing 82.9 thousand. It was 514.5 thousand in short exempt volume, which is really high. And I've told you guys in the past that for me, one of my true indicators that we're moving in the right direction, that we are going to see start seeing some major numbers popping in, is when that short exempt volume reaches over 1 million shares. That's really getting close. Even though it's only halfway to 1 million, it's getting close. We haven't seen numbers like that in a while. 514.5. And utilization. I'm going to update utilization here. Let's check what's going on there. 69.78. Nice. They're really trying to drop that utilization to make it look like it's not that bad. They're trying to make it look like utilization, because as we all know, utilization needs to be super high in order for you to have cost to borrow start going up. Utilization is starting to look worse and worse and worse. That's going to start spiking, guys. It's going to start spiking as soon as they start loaning some of those shares there. And as soon as we start seeing this price reversal, that'll start popping up really, really quickly. It'll just skyrocket. So let's move on from there. Let's go to off exchange. We ended the week pretty low on off exchange numbers. Dark pools, they don't need dark pools when they've got SSR tripped. So you won't see very high numbers today, but the total numbers for the end of last week in the off exchange was 48.65, and on the CBOE EDGX, which is where the battle is in the ETFs, we have 13.06, which is almost a full % higher than what we've seen in the last 30 days. That number, I can tell you right now, the 1306 is actually way higher The 30-day average has been moving up because for the last 30 days, the fight has been going on over there in those ETFs, and that's exactly where the leaps are expiring, and where we're probably going to be getting our price movement from. I have so much to share with you guys. My head is just like completely swamped this morning. I should have wrote down a list, and I'm trying to, and I didn't. All right, moving down to Vortex. Yep. So 20.11%. I know JP is going to be happy about that number. It's over 20. He's happy. That is the most current updated number for AMC. Moving to the top right-hand corner, institutional share ownership. This is the number that we're going to start seeing to drop. I'm waiting for this to happen. That is not what I want you to see right now. There we go. Okay. Let's see. 172.125 was what it was on Friday. Let's refresh it. 172.180. So a very slight change upwards, but I still maintain that by the middle of February we'll still start seeing that drop. That will. I'm quite positive. Taking a look at Max Payne. 21 is what we ended at last week. Let's see what it is this week. 20. 20 is Max Payne for this week. And last but not least on this page here, let's refresh those options and see what we got going on for those sweet options for this week. Like I was saying last week, guys, there was no pressure on us at all whatsoever to make the 21st happen. There just wasn't. There wasn't any pressure. Every single week can be a gamma squeeze, depending on how much open interest opens up for that week. You know, if price movement starts going up, a gamma squeeze could form any given week. Let's see here. So our lottery ticket winners is at $60 now. Moved from 145 down to 60. And there is 13.8 thousand contracts at that number. It's a lot of contracts. If those suddenly went into the money, or even came close to going into the money, it could start a gamma squeeze. It doesn't have to be the astronomical numbers that cause gammas. All right, highest amount of open interest on the call side for this week appears to be $23. That is down from 40 from last week. At $23, there is 8.2 thousand contracts. On the put side, at $17, highest amount of open interest last week was 10. It's moved up to 17. At 17, there is 13.8 thousand contracts. I'm loving that I'm seeing lower numbers. This actually excites me. When the derivatives dry up, the long institutions will no longer have any desire to manipulate price to try and keep it within some value that causes everybody the most pain. They just won't. There won't be any money to be made there any longer. So this is a good thing. I'm actually really liking the fact that volume is so much lower on the options chain. It looks good. The spread between calls and puts is a $6 spread, making $20 is kind of like the target price range that we may be moving towards. Let me shuffle over a couple screens real quicker. Move these over quick. Let's take a look at this utilization, what's going on with it. Looking at Vortex. There's our utilization. Spiking way down. Last week we ended the week at 71.47 and today is now 69.78. almost a 2% drop. Why? Why did we have a 2% drop? Let's check it out. We're going to take our shares on loan, divide that by our utilization, giving us 159.3, the largest number that we have had in the available amount of shares to borrow, by far. Total amount last Friday was the new record-setting day at 157.6. The highest we'd ever seen in the last year before that was 155. We are now 4.3 million shares in available shares to loan, higher than we have ever been in the past year. Subtract out the amount of shares that are currently on loan, giving you the remaining amount of shares left to borrow. Last Thursday it was 44.9, is now 48.1. 48.153. That's pretty hefty. Also, the amount of shares returned was 3.25 from last Friday. That was the final value that it settled on. So let's see that. They returned 3.25 million shares, but it only dropped, the amount on loan only dropped from 112.67 down to 111.19. 1.5 million. They returned 3.25 and only 1.5 actually returned in loans, which means the rest of it was short interest. The rest was short interest. The estimated short share interest of the free float coming down just a tiny hair. And then the on loan average age per day. If it's decreasing, if it's showing a decreasing in on loan amounts, then that number should be spiking back up, which means it hit bottom. Oh, it didn't spike back up. 71.04, so it's still heading down more. So it's at 7, it went from, okay, so that was actual loans returned. Okay, we have an actual loan return amount, so that is unusual. That means we've hit a bottom. We've hit a bottom on this value right here. That could mean that we're going to start seeing a ticking time bomb. Start your timers, guys. 15 business days. 15 business days from today. Today is the 24th. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. The 11th of February. Sometime between now and the 11th of February, we should see a spike in price. We'll have to see if this is truly the bottom. But I would imagine that it is. If on loan amount went down and your on loan average age per day went down again, that if it doesn't go back up when this goes down, then that should be the bottom of this. We'll see. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC 5th highest in volume in trade so far this morning, and GME in 9th. Last Friday, our total amount of shares bought oversold, or our total amount of orders bought oversold was 86 to 14, and GME's was 87 to 13. Oh yes, oh yes, the loaning has started. Ooh, they started up early this morning. I don't have the data for this, guys. I don't have the data for what the finishing value for the ETFs were. I'm gonna have to go back and take a look at last Friday. Because they've already started loaning nice and early today. They have loaned a lot of shares today already. Okay, let's do the math on what I can see, and then we'll go back and figure out the rest of it. So 7.8 minus the went down all the way down to 6.2. So there's 1.6 there. Another 1.6. So 3.2. Now I got to go back and figure out how much on Friday there was. Let me do that real quickly. I'll just put down 3.2 right now. So far, 3.2 million shares, but I know there's going to be more in the ETFs because I know that it was higher than 785,000 shares. I think it was in the 2 millions, if I'm not mistaken, from last Friday. So I'll have to go add that. It'll be probably close to almost 5.7 million shares borrowed already for this morning. It was 2.7 last Friday. Moving down this list here, let's update this one more time. Okay, so don't look at the first row here. That's last week's numbers. Look at the second row. We currently have 1,000 contracts in the money on the calls and 32.7 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts. Only 77,000 contracts are out of the money on the calls. That's under 100K, which is what I like to see. I'd love to see it stay there. Anything under 100K is good in my book. Here's your short exempt volume, guys. Oops. There it is right there, 514.5. Last time we've had a number higher than that in the last month? Never. The closest was the 6th of January at 474. Don't forget, SSR is on today. If SSR is tripped again today, it would have to come down to $16.17, which it looks like they're going to try to do. It does look like they're going to try and trip it today. I mean, they're already down 5%. So it looks like they're trying to trip it in the beginning portion of the morning so that they don't have to worry about it the rest of the day. You might expect to see potentially a very large push in the very beginning of the morning to try and drive down to that value, and then rebounding off of that. Last Friday night, large amounts of red in the Eastern Hemisphere. You got the Hang Seng was down 1.24%, and the S&P BSE was down 2.62. FTSE 100 was down 1.2. FTSE 250 was down 2.18. Shenzhen was the only thing that was up. It was up 0.37. Shanghai was up, but it was only up 0.04. I think we're going to have a pretty large market correction, I think. Although the futures were saying we're going to have a green day today, so we'll see. Let's see. In the money. IWM is down in the pre-market 0.35. Tesla is down 3.43. Amazon down 1.33. Cinemark down 0.81. Doge down 9.76. Bitcoin down 7.6. Take a look at this, guys. This is just absolutely dropping like a rock. Look at that trend line that I put in here as of like the beginning of January. This trend line is holding. This trend line is absolutely holding. I would have never expected to see this trend line hold. I thought for sure, the only reason I put this trend line in here is I thought for sure it would break back up and trade up in this range, up in the, I don't know, like mid to high 40s up until the first or two weeks of February and then start dropping. This thing just can't hold itself. If this thing hits down to 29, we've seen twice in the past. This drop right here in Bitcoin happened just before AMC ripped in May to June, and this drop right here is the January drop in Bitcoin just before the run-ups on both GME and all the other meme stocks. So historically speaking, we have seen major dips in Bitcoin just prior to meme stocks starting to take off in price. This thing is absolutely just getting crushed right now. Crushed. I'm expecting at first, originally, I was expecting this thing to kind of drop to like the 29 level, but the way that it's dropping like a rock right now, I have full belief this thing could make it down to like the 18 range, 18,000 Bitcoin. Our inflow versus outflow last week, we had a 10-point spread with more inflow than outflow, even though we were down like 0.5%. Volume, we have 132.13 thousand shares traded so far. That is absolutely high for us. And in my book, a reversal like we have, this is a reversal in trends for volume. So even if we had a down day today, you could expect to see volume is what you need to start seeing increase in order for us to start seeing green days. So this is the first step to recovery. This is like, what are the different, I don't know what the steps of recovery are. I need to look those up. I need to look up what the steps are. This is acceptance. This is acceptance. I don't know what it is. Let's see. I got to look it up. I apologize for those of you who've struggled with alcoholism. I apologize that I don't know, or drugs, and period, I guess. I got to look them up. I don't know what the steps are. The 5 stages of addiction recovery. Awareness. This is awareness. Volume is awareness. We're becoming self-aware. Okay, I don't know. Maybe that's not a laughing matter. It kind of is, but it's not. Let's see here. On the daily interval, I'm just looking at, ignore everything else on the page except for the Vortex indicator, which is down here, and the RSI. Vortex indicator is showing more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 23.55, which is definitely showing signs of being oversold. On a 1-hour interval, we have way more buying pressure than selling pressure, and it looks like it's about ready to converge with an RSI of 36.6. Definitely low. On a 30-minute interval, wow. Okay, taking you back to the other page. Webull just decided it had enough. I was supposed to reboot my computer this weekend, guys, and there's something about rebooting the computer that I just hate. I absolutely hate it because it's just like there's so much stuff I gotta save and reopen back up, and it's just like, do I have to? And I didn't do it. Let me get Webull back open here real quick. All right, there we go. Where was that? Was that on the 1 hour? Yeah, 1 hour. So we've got almost crossover here on the Vortex indicator with more buying power than selling pressures. More buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 36.48. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 38.67. And a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 43.76. You can tell what they're definitely doing is they're using the aftermarket hours to cool off RSI giving them room to continue to drop it down further. And with that, I think I'm done. Done looking at our numbers. Man, for a second here, I was like, what am I looking at? Am I looking at the... This has a striking... what's currently happening with our price movement right this very second is eerily similar to our daily chart, because for a second here, I thought I was looking at the daily chart. The daily candlesticks, this is almost exactly what it looks like from this point right here. Double sticks of green, followed by an upwards trend, followed by this nice long downtrend that's just below the Bollinger Band. I do have my Bollinger Band set for a 1 sigma right now. Let me set that back. Real quickly, let's take a look at some of our numbers going into this week so we know what numbers we need to break through. I guess that's what let me see what you guys are writing here real quick first. Roomtac, good morning. Is it from it's from today, Duncan? It's not last Friday? For some reason I thought it was last Friday's data. Keto says, Casey, do collateral requirements drop as short positions go greener and greener? Uh-oh. Webull wants to update. Let me take this to the other page. Let me think about that for just a second. Do collateral requirements drop as short positions go greener and greener? Yes, the requirements would be dropping as it gets greener. It would be less pressure. Absolutely. Webull closed out, guys, because it wants to update, so I'm letting it update here. I should have done the update this weekend. Adam says, how can inflow be higher than outflow, but AMC is trading negative 5%? This is Hedgie's manipulation. You're answering your own questions, sir. Answering your own questions. Okay, thank you, Duncan. Adam says, what do you think the SEC will say on Wednesday about hedge fund transparency? Your guess is as good as mine. But man, I think we're all kind of waiting for that one, aren't we? That seems like it would be one of those kind of things where it's like, what do I think they'll say? I really don't know. I don't know if they announced a major problem inside the market. You could definitely expect there to be some kind of chain reaction in the market for sure. I want to show you guys one other thing before I start moving on here. So Park Air and myself get together on every Sunday night to kind of look things over and just kind of see where we're at. And I already retweeted this, and so you may have seen this if you're following me on Twitter. No expectations. You guys don't need to follow me to. I'm just letting you know that it's there. But if I move this over, it's Twitter over here real quick. I just wanted to show you something. We were taking a look at OBV. We've done a lot of histogram comparisons. After we saw what was happening with AMC in contrast to Peloton, we've been taking a look at a lot of OBV histogram comparisons of different stocks. And one of the things I wanted to show was IWM. If you look at IWM, what we're doing is we're basically taking the histogram of OBV, which is in purple right here, and then price of IWM over time. And there's a big spike back here. Everything that's before this point is pretty non-existent OBV volume. But right here, there's a big spike in OBV volume, which follows price. And it shows you a trend. It's saying like, okay, it's setting an expectation of like, this is this price movement is accurate. And then there's a sell-off, and you can see it in the OBV. The sell-off happens as well. Then price starts to move back up, but OBV doesn't climb quite with it. Now you could drag OBV up to meet these points, but I don't think that's appropriate because what's really happening is that price is actually climbing faster than OBV can keep up with it. And so what that is that's an overinflated price, right? And so price keeps climbing, climbing, climbing until something occurs and it falls down. And OBV does react to it slightly in the fall, but not very much, which means there is actual selling pressure going on during that period of time, during that market correction. And of course, people are going to sell when price starts going down, but it's not a huge drop though. I mean, not compared to this back here, right? And so what you have here is an inflated price that's dropping back down to meet expectations of volume numbers. Then what does it do? Sharp, huge turn back up. Huge sharp return. Way overinflated. Another correction. Not a whole lot of movement down here in OBV. Another correction in price. Still way overinflated. What does it do? It falls all the way back down to meet OBV levels. Remember, this is not being adjusted. We're showing how OBV matched back here. Price is correcting because it's way overinflated, and price falls back down to OBV. What does it do off after it meets the OBV or the on balance volume? Price absolutely jettisons upwards. Huge amounts of overinflation since 2020. Just massive amounts of overinflated price. So what's next? Look how it's falling right now. Is it going to fall all the way back down? And I know OBV is going to start to dip as this falls, especially if it falls from 220 a share down to 110. So it could fall even further maybe. Maybe it falls a little bit further than 110. That would be a 50% correction in price. There have been analysts out saying there is going to be a NASDAQ correction of 50%. Guys, this is the proof. This is the proof that a NASDAQ is going to correct by 50%. It is super overinflated, massively overinflated. So you have to ask yourself, what stocks are being traded in the exchange traded fund of IWM? What are they and which ones are the ones that are overinflated? We're trying to figure that out. I know it's not AMC because AMC is underinflated. It's whatever the opposite of that is, which I can't think of right now off the top of my head. But there's something massively wrong inside of IWM. That means that there are stocks that are massively overinflated in price inside of the ETF. Massively. Those are the ones that are going to start correcting. My guess, this is just a guess, but my guess is that that's going to be stocks that are probably long for hedge funds. So if you go into somebody like, I don't know, pick your favorite hedge fund and figure out what they're long in, and then compare and see. We're actually going to start doing that. That was it got really late last night, and we didn't get that far, but this is huge. When the analysts are saying up to a 50% correction on the Nasdaq, yep, I'm with it. I think so. I think they're right, and I think we're starting to see the beginnings of it right now. I know I want to say deflated, Duncan, but I feel like there's a different word. I mean, deflated seems awfully obvious, but I think there's a different word for it. Yes, Adam, I can show the OBV. Absolutely 100%. Because I've actually got that on my. Give me 1 second. I've actually retweeted it because it is something to behold. 100%. This is AMC. That's AMC. And you can see price way down here, but you can see that the volume has stayed well high. Volume is not indicating that there's, you can see when the price got up to 70 some odd dollars and started to fall, you can see people sold. Absolutely. Absolutely people sold, but not in amounts that would cause it to match up with price. Then price started spiking back up and so did volume. Price came way back down, people sold off, but it is not dropping. Like AMC is severely deflated in price. It's not matching anywhere near what it should be. Not in volume. You take a look at that, and then you take a look at what a company looks like when people are actually selling off, and you get this. This is Peloton. This is Peloton on drugs. Don't do drugs. Look at this massive volume fall off. Massive, and it matches up with price. If I could drag this and move the volume in here, you could see that it matches up with price. This is a sell-off. This is what a sell-off looks like. Not seeing that with AMC though, are we? Completely different looking. Little tiny sell-off. Yeah, just a tiny. Big price drop. Yeah, this is not natural. Legendary says, do you believe margin calls will happen when if markets dump? I think we have to. No, I don't. I don't believe that's going to be the source of how it's going to work, Legendary. And the reason is what somebody else just said earlier is does margin requirements become less difficult to maintain as prices drop on our stock to within, they said greener, but I wouldn't say greener, just getting closer to closing amounts. And the answer to that is yes. The margin requirements become less as our price goes down more. But that's not going to be the case forever. As price continues to go down for other stocks out there, our deflated price or overinflated price, I think maybe it's overinflated. Overinflated? No, that's not right either. I don't know what it is. Our price being so low compared to what it's supposed to be at, we're going to see a harsh bounce off the bottom. We're going to see a really harsh bounce off the bottom, and price is going to come up as the market doesn't increase, and that's where your margin calls. That's where your margin calls come in. When we see the spike off the bottom. Do you think solely based on fundamentals and with all of AMC's announcements, NFTs potentially cash flow positive, that AMC should be fundamentally valued around? Adam, it's hard to say. I think, welcome to the channel, by the way. I don't know if I would go that high. It's it's possible. The problem is, I think the one major fundamental problem that would have me say no on 40 for AMC, something more along the lines of maybe like 20 to 30, is the simple fact that our debt is so high. If our debt wasn't so high, I would say easily 40. But our debt's still really super high, and that has to be fixed first. The only other thing that we could do to sweeten how good or what our fundamentals should be reporting our price at would be that debt. Once that debt's removed or decreased, then we're talking. Holy smokes, guys. What am I looking at here? Why is inflow and outflow showing these numbers? What the heck? What the heck is that? Oh, that's got to be a reporting issue on Webull's case, because this is supposed to be in millions of dollars, this inflow. That's got to be a reporting issue on Webull's part. I'll bet you it's because of the update that just got. They probably don't realize they've got a mistake going on here. Let me refresh this just to see. Yeah, so so it's saying in USD. So they're showing it in USD. Before it used to be USD in millions. They've taken the millions out, so it's showing actual values here. It's showing it in millions instead now, which I think is kind of dumb, but whatever. Just says, how come just now the image about volume sell-off pops up everywhere? Wasn't this known? Nobody bothered to look at OBV like that, Joe. Nobody bothered to look at OBV as a histogram, right? Like when you pull up OBV, OBV is just reported as a line, right? It's just a line here. There's nothing. It doesn't show up on the chart normally as a histogram. So in order to see that, in order to visualize that, so that you can see it, you have to pull it up as a histogram. And so that took the ingenuity of another individual. I want to give credit to. Hold on a second. I really want to give credit to the right person here. Leg Parade, possibly. It was either Leg Parade or Dark Pool. I'm not sure who, but yeah, nobody was looking at it as a histogram. According to RBC Markets, the fundamental price is about 39. Interesting. Well, I mean that's good. Yeah, Cherry, the talk on reverse split, I don't know where I really stand on that, but I just don't. There's a couple of different problems with splits. One is that I'm pretty certain that the SEC has to approve it. I know for I'm positive for a stock split that they have to have SEC approval. And I can tell you right now, SEC would never approve us doing a stock split. For a reverse stock split, I don't know if that's the case or not. I'd have to do some more research into that. I don't see why that would be any different. If the stock was going to do a reverse stock split, if they are going to do a stock split and the SEC has to approve it, I don't understand why a reverse stock split wouldn't be the same case. But I'd have to do some more research into that, and I'm not 100% certain. But you know what, Cherry? It's noise. It really is noise. Like we need to get it out of your head about anything else other than buy and hold. That is all it takes to have this do what it needs to do. So the idea of splitting the stock, or an idea of reverse splitting the stock, or an idea of a share recall, or the idea of any of those kind of things need to be out of your mind, because it's not going to happen. It's just not. And the idea that we're going to have something like that happen is it's just noise. That's all it is. Um, yeah, devalued. Thank you, Barry. Devalued. I'm not sure. It still doesn't feel right, but it sounds better than what I'm saying. Thanks, Charlie. Um, so Legendary is asking me about the housing market, and we know that there's been a bubble in the uh, commercial property market. There was rumors back in, I don't know, I want to say like March, January, February, March, April, maybe Mayish. That people were there was a lot of murmurs that the same thing that caused 2008 crash, which was the housing market, was supposedly put to an end, but that they found a loophole through the commercial property real estate. And if that's the case, that they found a loophole and they're doing the same thing through commercial property, then we might see the crash in commercial property first, which is interestingly enough, uh, kind of what's happening in China, I guess. Okay, we have our 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume here, and it looks like it's coming in at 54,000. We had 190K going into this. Let's see what it increases it to. Or is it 55 on top of the 190? Okay, it looks like it might be. Yeah, okay. So it was actually, let me just reverse math this real quick here. 193 minus 55. So we had 138 going into the pokey stick of volume, and the pokey stick of volume only gave us 57,000. So like less than almost a third of the total volume. So we're looking at 193, almost 200K with our 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume. So what is that going to make our volume look like for the day to day? Let me think about this real quick here, guys. Mm, hmm. I'm gonna go with. Give me 1 second. This is really difficult for me. It's been a while since we've had volume this high. I think I'm gonna go 70-90. Yeah. It's been a hot minute since we've had this much volume. I'm gonna say 70 to 90 million in volume. Last Friday I predicted between 50 and 70 million volume, and we hit. Let's see, what was our final volume number? 64.96 million. So I was pretty close to being right on target. So yeah, 70-90. This is a good start. This is a great start to seeing more volume here, and we really need to see this. WM wants to know if they can trigger SSR today. I bet you they're going to try. They're going to try. If they want to be able to control price going into Wednesday, which is, I really kind of think that there's some big price movement coming potentially on Wednesday, then, they got to trigger it today. That's for sure. If they trigger it today, then they've got they're able to do some more printing of more synthetic naked shorts, create more liquidity to be able to control price. Monty's coming at 1575 to 1875. For those of you who are new to the channel, 4 of us guys put in price prediction every single day. It's just for fun. Don't it's not meant to be used or abused. It's just for fun. Trying to keep ourselves sharp. I don't know where I stand on price prediction for the day today. I think it's going to be a down. I mean, I've been saying it for 2 weeks now. I think it's going to be a red day today. But even with volume being up, a red day is not a bad thing. It's still about seeing that volume, and that's a good thing. So if price finishes around, I think it'll probably close really close to what it closed at last week. So maybe around like 1750, maybe 1775. So I could hedge off of 1750. Let's see, 1619 is going to be my prediction. Is Chan Chan back? Chan Chan! Aw, so nice to see Chan Chan. And Badback's back too. All right, Badback. I don't know why people are surprised with this price action. AMC will follow broader market structure until it decouples. That's pretty close to right, Björk. I mean, yeah, that's what I think we're seeing. Good morning, Benjamin. Oh, I don't boot him, Alan. I don't boo him. I don't boot him because it's just nice to know that he keeps coming back for more. It's so nice. It's nice to know that there are people out there who want to see you fail. Um, it knows you're on the right track. We like you too, Badback. Future Whale says, I was taught, and you're not wrong. High volume and lower prices means lower prices, and so you can explain how this. Absolutely, I can explain it to you. Typically speaking, when you see high volume and price dropping, that's indicative of a sell-off. It's indicative of a sell-off, right? People are selling shares. The only way you can have high volume and price decreasing is if people are selling shares. That's it. It's the only way that you can typically see that happen. However, majority of AMC's volume is synthetic volume. We don't trade 43.32 million in volume every single day. That's our average 3-month volume right now is 43.32. We don't. We don't trade that much. Like the most that we actually probably are buying is somewhere in the range of like 4 to 6 million shares a day. That's it. That's all we're doing. So everything else is synthetic volume. So when shares get sold back into the market, if shares are sold back into the market or they're printed, you see high amounts of volume spiking. Huge amounts of volume spiking because those shares need to pass through different hands multiple times to complete orders. Multiple times because there's so many orders out there. Billions upon billions upon billions of shares. We know this. We can figure it out. It's easy to see. So this is all synthetic volume that you're seeing right here. It's not real volume, it's synthetic volume. So that's the difference is that, and this is what I was showing earlier in OBV, is that unbalanced volume is telling you that people are not selling this off. They're actually holding this. So it's synthetic volume with synthetic price failure. And I talk about this. This is so funny because I coined that term, synthetic price failure, SPF. Synthetic price failure happens Why does it happen? Because it's meant to scare you away from the stock. It's supposed to give you all the indicators that you need to see in order for you to sell. That's the image that is trying to be perpetrated here in order for in order for the hedge funds to win. They want you to see the indicators that you need to see in order for you to sell. But we have data that proves that people are actually continuing to buy through this. Chan, when you stop coming, when you stop coming in here, Chan, is the day that I'll start wondering if maybe I should sell. You continue to come in here, and it makes me stronger and stronger and stronger. You keep on coming, buddy. Keep on coming back. I love it. My mic's tripping, huh? Well, I don't see any problems on my side. It could be my internet connection. I'll try rebooting tonight. Future Whale says, I understand that, but why is that good? Why is that good? Because it shows you that they're absolutely manipulating the price in order to get the price to move in the direction that they want it to. And in order to manipulate price, that means the requirement of borrowing and buying shares and more synthetic shares being created. So why is that good? Because it tells you that what's happening here is real. That the short squeeze play on this is a real thing, not that it's a fake thing. Because if this was indicative, if this price drop and volume increasing was real, right? Then that would tell you, oh shoot, this isn't a short squeeze, this is a disaster waiting to happen, and then you would sell. But now you have confirmation that it's actually the opposite of that. So you have confirmation on top of what's happening with price and volume. And so it tells you, it confirms what it is you need to know instead of telling you the opposite. Oh, no, it's not uh brainwashed ape. That's not exactly what's going on. Hold on a second, guys. I got to turn Wi-Fi on something here. Um so brainwashed ape, my opinion is that Chan has to make his money. Chan has been paid to do these kind of things, and so I'm not going to stop him from getting his paycheck. It helps me. It helps me in my resolution into what I'm doing. You can call yourself whatever you want, WM. I'm still sticking with Ape. You can call yourself whatever you want to call yourself. I'm not changing it. It's like washing your coffee mug. Once you got your routine set, it's set. No changes. Guys, I said I was going to go back. I was going to go backwards in time and check out how much of the ETFs were traded. I need to go take a look at one of my videos from last Friday so that I can see. Give me just 1 second. I need to kind of review some data real quick here, guys. I need to grab some information. Give me just 1 second. Shouldn't take me too long. All right, I'm pulling back my stream from last Friday so I can see how much of the ETFs were borrowed because they borrowed a bunch off the ETFs. They actually borrowed them. It looks like yesterday night, which I didn't see obviously because I was going to bed. But let's see here. Okay, the ETFs on Friday, the last number that I saw was 2 million. So if I base that off of, let's see, 2 million. Make sure I don't have one more look at it. Yeah, 2.094. So 2.094. 1.3 million. 4.5. Wow, on the nose. Okay, so I just calculated out how many shares have been borrowed so far for the day today. An average amount of borrowing for a single day is typically 4.5 million shares. They are exactly at 4.5 million shares at this moment in time, provided no changes. Let me just check Stonko Tracker real quick again here. Provided that no changes have occurred since earlier this morning, and indeed that is the case. Okay, so no new shares having been borrowed since I checked it earlier. So we are at 4.5 million shares. That is a normal average number. Lou is retiring, huh? All right, guys, I'm going to take a break here in about 2 minutes. I will be back at 8:15, 15 minutes prior to market open. That's my time. Yeah. So I guess another person was asking, or who was asking? Future Whale. Let me show you something real quick here. I'm going to bring this over here. Let's get rid of Pine Editor. Let's get rid of this Bollinger Band. All right. Oh, yeah, I wanted to show you guys this. I forgot about this. So on Friday, I said, wouldn't it be funny? We got halfway through the day, and I had drawn out this wedge like 3 different times. Some of you guys may remember, but I drew out the wedge 3 different times, and we were about just a little bit before halfway through the day. And I said, wouldn't it be interesting if the price did this same exact pattern on the backside of this wedge? And so I copied the data from the beginning portion of the morning to the middle of the day, which you can see very clearly moves down to a, actually let me go back to 1 minute here. You can see very clearly moves to a very specific point right here where it just consolidates and then starts moving upwards. The interesting thing that I thought about that is that when I copied and pasted and pasted the reverse image of the price movement from that middle point of the day, take a look at where the final price ends compared to where we did actually end. Now, the image did not do, the actual price movement didn't do what I had suggested, but the ending price was pretty darn near the same exact thing. I thought that was kind of ironic. A little ironic, wouldn't you say? I don't know. Thought it was kind of interesting. But more importantly, let's go back over here and just take a look at volume indicators. And I'm actually going to take this to a day interval. And the reason I'm showing this to you, where's his name again? I lost it. Brainwash? No, it's not Brainwash. Who is it? Future Whale? The reason I'm showing this to you is I want you to see, ignore a lot of my lines, extra lines that are on this page, but what I really want you to see more than anything is the volume, which does not appear to be showing. Well, screw it on here. I'm going to use Webull. It's my favorite. It's so much easier to see. No problems. All right. So first off, let's look at a year to go. A year ago, prior to the run up in January, and let's take a look at volume and see what happens in here. And I'm gonna kind of enlarge volume a little bit so you can kind of see it. But here you have price falling, right? And then if you notice, right about here, volume starts to spike a little bit. Huh? Like volume spiking, but price dropping? That should be bearish. Volume starts increasing more and more and more and more and more, and it suddenly turns into bullish. This is price misdirection. They're trying to misdirect you into thinking that, okay, this is the end. It's not going to go anywhere. Volume is decreasing, or volume is starting to increase. I'm sorry. Volume starting to increase and price decreasing. This isn't going to go anywhere. It's time to sell. Wrong. You can see it increasing right here. Price is still falling, volume increasing right here. And that's exactly the time that we're at right now. We're in that same exact moment. Now let's take a look at another example. Let's go over to the end of May. Right here. This one's not as good of an example. Let's see if we have price. Yeah, we have volume increasing on a day where price is falling. Right here, 5-6. So you have a downwards. You actually have a volume falling as price is falling, which is bullish. But then all of a sudden you have prices still falling and volume increasing, and volume starts increasing more and more and more and more. Volume is always the first indicator in a heavily squeezable play that you're going to have volume or price increasing. Volume leads to price discovery in something that is being heavily shorted. Man, make no mistake, guys. Make no mistake. They are definitely trying to hit SSR before market or right at market open. You can just tell just by the looks of it. All right, guys, my stomach's telling me it's time to go. It's just, I don't know if you guys could hear that. I heard it. My stomach's like. All right, it's time for me to let you guys have some music here, and I don't know what the heck that music was last week, but I am not taking requests on break music anymore. It was atrocious. It was absolutely atrocious. I asked if people want what people wanted, and when I'm pulling up free music to listen to it, it is not something you can just I don't know. It's just not something you can just randomly hope for something good. Let me pull up some. Let me find some better music real quick here. Hold on one second. Oh, this one's funny. This is an album by Oliver Michael, who, and the name of it's Citadel. I wonder if that's going to be any good. All right, I got some new music here. Let's check it out, see if it's any good. I'll leave it up. Yeah, SSR is on for today, NJ Fish Killer, but whether or not it trips again would be determined off of the price from last Friday, and that price would be $16.17. If it makes it down to 16.17, then it will trip again. And I can guarantee you they need to trip it really, really bad. They have no liquidity. They have zero liquidity and a lot of buy orders. Alrighty, guys. I will see you in just a little bit. I'll be back at 8:15. Alrighty, I'm back. Price predictions for the day today, guys. I'm taking a look at very strongly at $16 to $19. Monty has $15.75 to $18.75. I don't have anything from Duncan or Eric as of yet. It does look that way, Zach. It definitely looks that way. I would not be surprised if they try to trip SSR for tomorrow. SSR price for the day today. Let's get it in here. Where's my lines at? I got no lines. It is $16.19, I think. 16.17. 16.17. Let's get this line moved. So two potential turnaround points, in my opinion, would be 16.17, and then the other one having not changed, still being $15.30. So those are the turnaround points that I suspect will be supported, or thereabouts, roughly really close to those numbers. How do I see this going back up? Forced buying of shares. Forced buying of shares. Part of it has to do with ETFs, EJ. The ETFs are definitely in a stage to where they're going to have to. I don't know if you're aware of this or not, but if you take a look at the IWM, actually I need to show it to you in Vortex. The leaps that expire on the 21st, they have to start covering for some of those. Those leaps have to be covered for. But if I throw an IWM in here, and IWM, by the way, is one of the largest, has one of the largest holdings of AMC inside of it. But the real battle right now is happening inside the ETFs. And what you're going to see here is you're going to see a massive amount of failure to delivers that started stacking up here in the ETFs. Those are going to cause forced buying. So they're going to, of course, try and drop the price as much as possible before they have to do the forced buying. And so we have, forced buying is really what it comes down to. I mean, that's like basically the main answer to the question of is how is this going to turn around? Forced buying. Short interest, 34%. No, Bobby. Actually, I think Wednesday, if we have a turnaround in price, I'm only looking for a correction. I don't think the run up actually starts until the big run up doesn't start until later on, potentially maybe the second week of February. But I'm really kind of looking at like the turnaround. The main turnaround point would be potentially Wednesday this week. Now, whether or not we have a turnaround point on Tuesday versus Wednesday or Wednesday versus Thursday, I'm not exactly sure, but I'm just looking for specifically a green day with large amounts of volume. That's mainly what I'm looking for. And I kind of want. I've been saving this. I've been saving this to show you guys. I'm gonna pull up a screen here. I should have warned you guys. I'm gonna blind you. Sorry. Blinding here just a little bit. I did some number crunching this weekend, guys, and I guess the numbers that I want to just kind of show you right here. I'm just going to kind of zero in on these numbers. But what I did was I did a cross calculation, a matrix sort of, to try and figure out, like, historically speaking, for the last year, when we have green days and red days based on previous days' price movements. So in other words, on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, which you have here in the column, and in the rows you have the previous days, right? So if the previous day to a Monday was a green day, then 19 days in the last year ended up being green as well. And so if you come over here to this total number, the total percentage value, 66% of the time, regardless of whether it was red or green the day before, 66% of the time we end up having a green day on Monday. So historically speaking, Mondays are our best days ever. I'm not necessarily expecting a green day today at all. I'm not expecting that at all. In fact, if you look at the numbers, the chance that we have a green day after it being red on a Friday is a 26% chance. So we only have a 1 in 4 chance that this is going to be a green day today. I don't think there's very good odds there. However, if we see a reversal of that, the question would be, if today is red, how often do we see green days on Tuesdays? And the answer to that is only 19% of the time. So if we have a green day on Tuesday and it's only 19% of the time, or 1 in 5 chance of having that happen, then you have a reversal in the pattern. Same goes for Wednesday. It doesn't matter if it's green or red. We only have a 19% chance of going up on Wednesdays. Very, very, very low chances. Wednesday, I'm expecting to see a reversal. If we don't see a reversal on Wednesday, then we just have to look for it another day. But if we do see a reversal on Wednesday, that is huge, absolutely huge, because that defies the odds of all the data that we've seen over the last year. It defies everything. I mean, it just basically tells you that something different is going on. There's been a change or a pattern difference. So that's what I'm looking for today. I'm looking for red today, possibly very slightly neutral to green tomorrow. And by the way, the red, how far red we go today, I don't think we're going to close much lower than the 1797 that we closed out on Friday. Maybe a buck at the most. But I can almost guarantee you right off the beginning of the market open, they're going to try and hit this 1617 to trip that SSR, because they have no liquidity. Zilch. Zero liquidity, and they need to be able to print shares. How about some happy news like locusts? No, Zach, I don't think margin calls are coming. I think margin calls will happen once we start going up in price. In the past, I always said $90, but then I kind of adjusted it based off of some of the dilution that we had to potentially a little bit higher number, like 110. But with the stock market crashing, that changes the numbers again, right? If the stock market's crashing and they don't have a whole lot of liquidity, then that could greatly reduce the amount or the price at which you could see us starting to have margin calls roll through. No, we are not. Don, we are definitely not. In fact, this is one of the first signs that I would say that I expected to happen prior to AMC starting to rip. The market crashing is absolutely one of the first signs that you would see. You guys have to understand that the only way AMC rips is if money comes from somewhere, and the money has to come from somewhere. If the money comes from somewhere, then it has to, and it just doesn't magically appear out of thin air. It has to come from someplace. And if the rest of the market is tanking, there's some of the first signs about who's actually going to be collecting the money that Zach's talking about there. And it ain't going to be the hedge funds. Here we go, guys. Here comes market open. I'm going to start the intro, and I'll see you guys on the other side.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and estimate.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Hey, this is not financial advice. Remember, oh wait, when you made the housing market crash, the planet of the apes, and we just want our parents' money back. We can see it in your face that you ain't think we would remember that. Ring, 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 Kenny, boy, you better answer that. Someone call Kenny, ask the head you where my money at. Failure to deliver's coming due, but you can't get them back. When margin gets a call and shit, Adele, you better answer that. Green boom boom candles to the moon and we ain't coming back. Hodl AMC, Tilly share is worth 100 racks. Hodl GME, Tilly share is worth double that. I'm a diamond-handed ape, someone show me where the shuttle at. Green boom boom candles to the moon and we ain't coming back. I'm a smooth-brained ape, but not as smooth as where I purchased at. My average so low, it's like I don't know what I'm swinging at. Hey, old man, how many times we gotta teach you that we make dumb amounts of money, so we don't mind it when you call us that? It's ironic that they talk fundamentals while their pockets bleed just to fundamentals. No boss, no shills, no FUD accepted when you address the apes in a different message. Cause our favorite breakfast is a tasty dip. Every red candle always leaves a wick that consolidates for just a little bit. We draw rocket ships and watch it rip. We came up out the jungle, we ain't scared to be broke. We're just a bunch of dumb gorillas. Why you mad at us, bro? Because we made your game stop, and now we're the stars of the show. We take aim, see the moon, that's where the apes wanna go. I said, someone call Kenny, ask the hedgie where my money at. Failure to deliver's coming due, but you can't get them back. When margin gets a call and shit, I tell you better answer that. Green boom boom candles to the moon and we ain't coming back. Hodl AMC till each share is worth 100 racks. Hodl GME till each share is worth double that. I'm a diamond-handed ape, someone show me where the shuttle at. Green boom boom candles to the moon and we ain't coming back.
There it is! There it is! There it is! There it is! Look at that freaking boom boom candle, baby! Let's go! Holy freaking crap, and it's still ripping! It's still freaking ripping, baby!
Someone call Kenny, ask the hedgie where my money at. Failure to deliver's coming due, but you can't get them back. When margin gets a call and shit, I tell you better answer that. Green boom boom candles to the moon and we ain't coming back. Hodl AMC till each share is worth 100 racks. Hodl GME till each share is worth double that. I'm a diamond-handed ape, someone show me where the shuttle at. Green boom boom candles to the moon and we ain't coming back.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Oh man, I can't believe it. Oh, they hit it. They hit it. They are printing those shares. Printing them. Printing them shares, man. $16.17 they needed to trigger that SSR. The only way they could do it was if they brought the price down in the pre-market hours. They are printing, baby. Printing them synthetics. Absolutely printing. Print. Bzzz. The machine is broke. The machine is broke. The printing. Oh man, it's crazy. It doesn't right now, Björk, but that's only because you're thinking about price and you have to look at it differently. Look at the amount of shares. Look at the amount of shares being traded right now. That volume means everything. Absolutely everything. If we see 250,000 shares a minute, if we see 250,000 shares a minute in volume, that gets you 100 million shares for the day. As it stands right now, every single one of our minutes so far has remained above 250,000 shares. Watcher says, last week you had it right. You said every single day was going to be red. I was. I was right. And this week I think it's going to be a little bit different. I think we have a red day today. I do think that we close down. I don't think it's going to be much. Compared to last Friday's close, it was, what was it, 19 or 1797. So I'm thinking like maybe like 1750, maybe at the most 1697, somewhere in that range for a closing price for the day today. And then I think tomorrow we may see a slightly up green day, but not very much. So it'll be close to neutral day tomorrow. But what I'm really expecting to see is, I think we're going to see a positive turnaround on Wednesday, and that's what I was just explaining a little bit ago. That essentially what what we're going to see have happen is something that is very unusual. Wednesdays, 19% of the time, we have a 1 in 5 chance of hitting a green day, irregardless of what the previous day looked like. A 19% chance, 1 in 5. If you can break those odds, if you can show that you're going to have a positive reversal in price on a day where we never see a positive reversal, like 1 in 5, we have like a 1 in 5 chance of seeing reversals on those days, something's happening. Something is happening and changing. So what we had happen here in the first couple minutes was we had price drop to the lower side of the Bollinger Band. Tons of volatility, but not enough to open up the Bollinger Bands enough for this to show a reversal. It actually passed through the simple moving average Broke really hard all the way up to the top Bollinger Band. Not quite touching, but almost, which could give us a pushback down towards the simple moving average. We'll see if the pressure remains on selling to get past that simple moving average, or if it just touches down on it and continues upwards. A reversal off of our low of 1590. The new value that we're looking to shoot up off of would be, by the way, 1590 being the new low is 39.2%. It is really super close to that 40% down. The reversal on that would be, let me see. We're looking for $18 and we'll just say 29 cents because there's a remainder. So I'm going to move this down just a tad bit here, and this is what we're looking to drive through. I don't expect this to happen today, but 18.29 is the value that we're looking to turn it to know that we're on a new trend of upwards price movement. We need to break through that price. Well, see, that's the difference, Zach. What I kind of tend to see happening, and typically speaking, if we have a green day on Wednesday, you would be right that there's only a 16% chance that we would have a green day on Thursday. But I'm already suggesting to you that if we see changes on Wednesday, I have a funny feeling that Thursday may be the same thing. We'll see, though. We'll see what it turns out like. Jesus wants me to check out a video that he sent me. What did you send that through? Maybe perhaps Reddit? Let me see here. So now let's see what we have here. We have minutes of that one's 2:30. Okay, so we had 3 minutes below 250, 3 minutes below 250, but just barely, and then spiking way back above 250, more than making up for the volume loss during those 3 minutes there. Okay, I don't see any messages in Reddit. I'm looking for a message inside of Twitter, and I'm not seeing anything there as well. So I will do a breakdown on the technicals here in about 18 minutes. For those of you who are just joining for the first time, I do technical analysis on the hour every hour. That way you don't have to sit here and watch your favorite stock the whole day. You can take a break, go away, walk away, do whatever it is you want to do, and just know that those technicals will be coming through on the hour every hour. Okay, so we did have a correction on price moving back down to the simple moving average. You can see that there's definitely, based on these candle wicks, that there's a fight on which way the price is going to be moving. Zach, the dark pools are going to be low anytime SSR is tripped. Absolutely low. I already know that they were low. Anytime they're printing shares, so that they use the dark pools, Zach, as a shield to price discovery. When they trip SSR, they don't need a shield because they now have a new force field, and that's called printing of shares. When they print shares, that acts as a shield to price discovery. So SSR was tripped last Friday. It's pointless to look at dark pools because they're not going to be using them. Look at the amount of. Is that for real? Is that? Holy crap, guys! They are borrowing like a madman. 3.56 million shares having been borrowed already this morning, according to Vortex. That's insane. That's a lot. That is a lot of shares being borrowed. That's raising the estimated current short share interest of the free float pretty high. Cost to borrow is starting to rise, especially the minimum. The last minute of volume was 455,000 shares. Shaw, I have a question. If you can ask a question. Am I missing your questions? Maybe I'm missing them. Don't forget, ABC, that there's a difference between shares being borrowed from the inventory of shares that are available to be borrowed versus what Vortex is reporting, because Vortex is reporting of how many shares are on loan versus how much short interest. So it's two different categories. You got to think of them differently. They're separate entities. When they're borrowing shares, it's what they intend to do with them. So think of it as like, I probably need to put up a drawing. You know how crappy I am at drawing. I need a scratch piece of paper. What do I got for scratch paper? I ain't got nothing. Let's just use this one. This is just scrap paper, guys. So ignore the. Actually, I'm not going to use this. I'm going to use this. Let's see. Yeah. All right. So think of it like this. Here is. Shares available. And this has, we'll just say 9 million shares available. This is the short hedge funds. This is them borrowing the shares. And then they choose to do what with these shares, manipulation. They're Manny. And then you have Vortex. Oops. Wow. I cannot spell. Vortex. I'm like just writing it without even thinking. I was like, okay, what am I gonna? Okay, and then you have Vortex over here, and basically like they're manipulating the stock price with some of these funds, and then some of them they're returning over to Vortex. They're showing that they're either borrowing or returning, or it's turning into short interest, one of the three, and then it's reported. Right? So whatever gets returned over here is not going to be returned over here, but some of this goes back. Some of this or all of it goes back, depending on whether or not they're borrowing or not borrowing and reporting. So it's two different actions. The short hedge funds are either returning shares to Vortex or returning shares back to the lenders, and so it's two different movements. So like whatever you see being reported on Vortex is what's actually happening to short interest and on loan amounts. The shares that they're borrowing from the institutions are being used to either manipulate the stock price or um, manipulate short interest, whatever it is that they need to use those shares for, and then they return them immediately. Sometimes within an hour or two. Sometimes it takes a little bit longer. It just depends on how they're using those shares. There's many different avenues by which they can use those shares. Good morning, Manjeet. They can do it indefinitely, doctor. However, try not to be offended. Try not to be offended by Zach, doctor. Try not to be offended. Just ignore what you can't control. Um, so they can continue to use the dark pools for as long as they want to, and it's not just short hedge funds that are using the dark pools. It's also long institutions as well. So it's not like something like how long can they use it. It's more along the lines of how long can they resist um, price discovery. And with volume rising the way that it is here, it doesn't look like it's too much longer because this volume is super, super rising quick. Oh man, they're calling it the Pikachu pattern? Come on, they're taking it away from me. It's exploding kittens. It's not Pikachu. They're calling that Pikachu? Come on. I wanted my exploding kittens to take off so bad. Boy, you guys are tripping today, guys. Why are you guys all antsy? This is great. This is looking really good to me. I like this. You guys seem to be losing your mind compared to normal. I don't see anything. I see good stuff happening right here. I see huge amounts of volume. This is looking great. I'm excited. We haven't seen this kind of volume in a hot minute. It's been a while. This is a good thing. It seems to me like a lot of you guys are placing a lot of value into price movement, and that's really not where this is all at. Really, where the most of everything that we're dealing with here all has to do with volume, and that's what we're waiting to see is huge amounts of volume. If you guys are focused on price, then you're looking at the wrong thing. Absolutely, Don. 100%. It doesn't matter what the price is. It matters more about the volume. And for those of you who haven't seen the on balance volume, that's insane. Oh, you're way wrong, Don. Don, I have no idea what it is you're looking at. You're looking at the wrong things. Volume compared to last Friday is amazing. Look at this. Massive amounts of volume compared to last Friday. Absolutely massive amounts of volume. This is looking beautiful. I'm loving where we're going with this. Big contrast. Don, you're looking at the wrong things, buddy. I don't know what you're looking at, but you're looking at the wrong things. We have massive amounts of volume today in comparison to Friday. In fact, my volume prediction for Friday which came true, by the way, was 50 to 70 million shares traded for the day, and we came in at 64.9, which is right in the middle, almost right smack dab in the middle of what I was predicting. Today, based off of pre-market volume alone, where I have a prediction between 70 and 90 million. That's huge. That's huge because if we hit right in the middle there, that's going to be an increase of about 20 million shares traded. 20 million shares. Now, when you consider the fact that we've been trading 43.32 million shares on average volume over the last 3 months, and you add an additional 20 million on top to what we traded last Friday, that puts you at doubling our average volume over a 3-month span. And if you don't understand how crucial and how evidential that is to what is happening with this price and this stock, then you have no idea what you're looking at. You're missing the picture completely. You do not understand. And you need to try and understand that volume is absolutely everything. It is so vital to us that we have huge amounts of volume. Randy says Randy says it seems like you have put options on AMC. Oh man, Randy. Boy, you couldn't be more wrong. Welcome to the channel. I'm so glad you can make it here and understand how tight this family is of MC apes. You're gonna find a good home here. If you're a true AMC ape, then you're gonna find a good home here. You seem kind of shillish. You're happy price is going down. No, I'm happy the volume's going up. I could care less about price. Price means nothing. It's all about the volume. Volume is everything. You have no price discovery without volume. None. Well, you guys will see. You guys will see. The sentiment was that I was going down with the boat back in June and or May, I guess I should say. April and May. The comments that I got was very similar to what it is that you're saying. And in fact, I remember very specifically there was one day where a coworker came up to me and he said, "Did you see?" He knew I already saw what the price was for that morning, but we were getting off work and it was early in the morning and price was absolutely tanking on AMC, and he just couldn't wait to say it. As soon as I came walking up to him and I could see it in his eyes, he goes, "Did you see the price yet?" And I go, "Yeah, I did." And he goes, "Are you gonna sell?" And I said, "No, I just doubled down." And I laughed just like that. And you should have seen the look on his face. The look on his face was priceless. He had no idea how to put up with the idea that somebody just doubled down on a position where all of the indicators were looking like everything was looking terrible. And I absolutely loved it. I loved it because I knew I was going to end up being right. And I was. I ended up being right. And I know I'm going to end up being right on this one too. I can't double down this time. I wish I could, man. I'm telling you right now, I really wish I could, but I can't. The more people trash talk on this stock, the more it tells me we are on the right track, guys. The more trash talking we have. Chan is back for more. Chan is back for more. We are definitely on the run. Keep coming back more, Chan. I need you to come back more because it makes me more and more confirmed that I am on the right direction. Nobody would try to get you to sell your position unless they had a motivation, some reason that they needed to get you to sell. Nobody would come in here and say these kind of things unless they had a motivation for a need for you to sell. So we just had 1 minute that fell underneath 250K. We are 1 minute away from taking a look at our technicals. Oh man, Chan Chan is out trying to make his money this morning. That's so special. That's so special. We love you, Chan Chan. Thank you for making it confirmation bias. Appreciate it. Couldn't do it without you. You're our motivation, Chan. You are completely our motivation for holding, and we appreciate it. It's a win-win situation. You get to make money for coming in here and telling us that we're doing the wrong thing, and we get to feel better because we know that we're on the right track by you making money to tell us that. It's a win-win situation. It's awesome, man. All right, taking a look. That's how parasites are. What do they call it? There's certain kind of parasites where it's a symbiotic relationship, right? Yeah, that's how it works. All right, let's take a look at our numbers, guys. I'm going to go ahead and clear out the winners for last week. Price predictions. Eric was the winner for the week last week. He stomped us into the ground once again. Let me get rid of those tally points. In 1 second, I got to contact 2 people real quick. The only person I'm waiting on for a price prediction right now is Duncan, but he should be here, so we'll get a price prediction for him. For today, I have a price prediction between 16 and 19. Eric's coming in at 1560 to 1860. And Monty's coming in at 1575 to 1875. Duncan's the only one I'm waiting on for price prediction for today. If we move down to short exempt volume, you'll see that short exempt volume was massive, guys. Whenever they trip SSR, they start using short exempts, right? They start making short exempt volume. That is one of True Demon's biggest indicators to tell you that we are on the right track. And this means that they have a bunch of failure to delivers now stacking. There's going to be a bunch of failure to delivers that are going to be starting to stack here. That short exempt volume is at 514,000 on Friday. You'll probably see more today. Utilization did drop. Utilization dropped, and I'll show you why. We actually hit a new high for shares available to loan, a new high from last Friday, which was an all-time record on Friday. Utilization currently at 69.78. Day-over-day price increase was a negative 0.55% decrease in price as of Friday. I am expecting a red day today. Maybe not by a whole lot, but a little bit. Maybe a buck or so less than what it was maybe on Friday. Taking a look at off exchange, this is going to be low numbers traded into the dark pools today. Whenever SSR is tripped, they're printing shares. They're printing shares, and that's a good thing. So the fact that they're not using the dark pools is a good thing. We'll go ahead and refresh that and see what we've got for numbers here. There it is, low numbers. 40.4% of the exchange is being traded in the dark pool today. Not a whole lot of need to do that. Now take a look at the CBOE EDGX. That's 13.57. That is definitely higher. There's something definitely happening over there in IWM land. That's for sure, in the ETFs. Taking a look at Vortex, it shows 3.56 million shares having been borrowed. As of Friday, there was a 3.25 million shares returned. Today, it's currently showing 3.56 borrowed. That's going to increase the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 20.75. Moving to the top right-hand side, institutional ownership. This morning when I refreshed, it was 172.18 million. Let's refresh again, 172.1 million. I do expect to see this go down over the next month. Our all-time high is 172.269, so it's definitely a little bit lower, but not very much. Max pain for the day today, currently at $20. And taking a look at the options. Highest amount of volume, currently at a $20 strike price for the calls. That's up $2 from Friday's number of 18. And there's currently 4.5 thousand contracts. On the put side, highest amount of volume, currently at a $16 strike price. That's $1 down from last Friday, which was 17. And there's a total of 5.8 thousand contracts, giving us a spread of $4, signaling for maybe an 18 close for the day today. Let me just throw over a couple screens here. This is the first time that I've had a chance to go through the data with you guys today. So I'm going to go through Vortex and kind of show you guys what's going on there. All right, moving you over to the other screen. So utilization, why did utilization go down? And let me show you what's going on here. Shares on loan. Well, first let me show you shares on loan. Shares on loan decreased just slightly. It went from 112.67 down to 111.19. So remember that they returned 3.25 million shares, but most of those returns were in not on loan amount, but probably short interest. So we come over here and we take a look at shares on loan, and we got 111.19. And what I'm going to show you is that the amount of total shares available to borrow is 159.3. The highest number we've ever seen in the last year was 155 prior to this. It was 157 before. But here's where the change is. Last Friday, there was 44.9 million shares left available to borrow. Now there's 48.1. So a 4 million, almost 4 million difference. A little less than 4 million. It's like 3.1, I guess, really. Yeah, it's like 3.2. 3.2 million difference in shares. It's the 3.25 that came back. Yeah, it's the 3.25 that came back from Friday. So there you have it. Huge amounts of shares available to borrow right now. That's why utilization is low. That's meant to scare you. That is definitely meant to scare you. Utilization, the problem is that just means that they're just not loaning a whole bunch of shares. So what happens when price starts to head back up? They're going to start loaning. SSR won't be able to be tripped when it's heading back up, and that's when they're going to start, it's going to start cascading on them. So you have on loan amount, you have estimated short share interest of the free float, slightly decreasing, but it'll continue to increase if they, I mean, it does show that they're borrowing shares right now. And the on loan average age per day is dropping. This may be at its lowest point. It may start to turn around starting tomorrow. We may see a turnaround on this value. If we do, we're within 15 business days of seeing a price spike. And 15 business days from today would put us at 5/10 on the 11th of February. So sometime between now and the 11th of February, if that's the bottom. I can't say until we see this turn around, but I would expect to see this to turn at some point, probably tomorrow. If they do indeed borrow shares like they are today, then that'll start turning. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC is not in the top 10, and GME is not in the top 10. AMC currently showing 11th. 11th most highest traded stock with 72% buys to 28% sales. GME currently in 14th place with 82% buys to 18% sales. Looks like they borrowed another 200,000 shares since this morning. So they're at 4.7 million shares borrowed so far. $1.7 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 22,000 contracts are out of the money on the puts. This number already breached 100K. All right, well, like I said, guys, it doesn't matter what week it is and how many shares are built or how many contracts are built up there. We always seem to push this higher and higher and higher. There's expectations. SSR is tripped. SSR tripped Friday, which continued it into today, but they also got up below 1617, which means SSR will be on for tomorrow as well. NASDAQ down 3.18. Dow Jones down 2.34. S&P 500 down 2.76. The market is absolutely on fire. Blazing hot. 6,540 decliners to 919 advancers. Ooh boy, the market is on fire. The VIX is up 22.15. IWM is down 2.52. Tesla's down 8.34. Amazon is down 2.05. Cinemark is down 6.31. Doge is down 9.43. It's just moving too fast to even count. Bitcoin is down 7.81. GME is down 11.16. And AMC is down 12.47. Refreshing our inflow versus outflow, there is a 2-point spread in inflow versus outflow. Guys, they changed this over here. Webull is now reporting this in USD instead of... Let me see if I can change this. It used to report this in single digits to make it kind of a smaller number, but they've since changed this. And I don't know why, but they're larger numbers now. I would just look at it as like 34 versus 36. So there's 2 more points of inflow than there is, or $2 million more of outflow than there is inflow for our 12% down. Yeah, that is not natural. Not natural. 15.7 million shares having been traded after the first almost 45 minutes. Let's calculate that out and see what kind of pace we're on. Looks like we're on pace for 142.9 million shares traded for the day today. That is a very high pace. I predicted somewhere around 70 to 90 million shares having been traded for the day. I have a feeling the prediction will probably be pretty accurate that I had. Provided we don't have some kind of like strange run up in the middle of the day. That should be pretty close. We'll see them try to control. You can see them trying to control volume here. Not very successfully though. Volume is still really, really super high. Taking a look at our intervals. On the daily. more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 19.84. We have been dipped outside of the lower or oversold region for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, now seventh day. Seventh day in a row of being oversold on the 1 hour. And it looks like it's starting to turn. The numbers for this indicator right here, it's starting to look like we're going to get more buying pressure than selling pressure here, and just it looks like it's about ready to turn. On the 1 hour, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 24.66. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 22.43, and on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 30.21 and hovering right at that almost oversold point. Volatility has definitely been decreased here. You can see it pinching down, and now volatility is starting to increase once again. A lot of time when you see volatility starting to increase, you see a head fake one direction, and then you see a push to the other. Similar to what you see right here. Volatility starting to increase, a head fake to the bottom side with an adjustment or running to the top. If we get rid of these Bollinger Bands, I'm just going to draw a wedge, but I'm pretty sure it's going to end up having to be retraced. I'll probably have to fix this a couple times today. It looks like we're about ready to break out of this here any second. So we have a descending wedge followed by, it's hard to say if that's decreasing volume, but it is kind of decreasing. Let's see where the trend channel is on this. I'm pretty sure that's pointing at the bottom. Might be right down the middle. It's hard to say. And with that, I can come back in and see what you guys are saying. Anyone interested in a kidney? Man, that was a COVID laugh right there. You got a COVID laugh out of me. I don't have COVID right now, but I'll tell you what, it's not gone away. Captain Awesome, I'm kind of in agreement with you. Provided that that price closes down. I think we need to see a down day today, but just very fractionally down from what we saw for a close on Friday. So I would tend to I'm sorry, Joe. I couldn't quite catch my cough in time. The cough made me. I'm really sorry about that. It caught me off guard. I apologize. Getting really close to that 40% mark. Yeah, so this is Yishin saying, so last year, end of May, Bitcoin tanks and AMC shot up. I'll show you the 2 periods of time. It wasn't just once. The interesting thing that you're saying right there, Yishin, is if you look at this, this is pre-January's run up right here in Bitcoin. And the interesting thing is that price falls down to where? About 29,000. It was 28.9. Basically 29,000 is a Bitcoin is what it fell to, and then immediately thereafter, which is the bottom was on the 27th. Right after that, all the meme stocks started ripping. Then again, you have this price drop right here, starting on 510, leading to the bottom being like late June. But I mean, the real big push was down to this point right here, which again is 29.5 thousand of Bitcoin. Interesting number that should repeat over and over and over, this 29 level of support here. And if I zoom out here and show you this line, where the support line is, we're getting really, really close to this thing dropping from 69 all the way, nice, 69 all the way down to 29. If we see that level hit again, the big question on a lot of people's minds is that the magic number? Is 29 what Bitcoin needs to hit in order for AMC to start ripping? So we'll see. We'll see if that's the case. Quite honestly, I had my head and shoulder pattern drawn out months ago, feels like. Maybe back in November, I think I drew this out, like late November. And I really felt like this was going to support price back here and up until like first week of February. And then price dropped, but it looks like it's going to go faster than I really wanted. Yeah, Danny, it's always nice. I always got to say that. Can't help myself. Oh, absolutely, MCon. Bashers have definitely arrived. Oh, Akira's talking cars. Oh yeah, you're gonna buy his car, Akira? Oh, Humble Ape, I appreciate you being a part of the community. Thank you for being here. You don't have to be here. I never request that you stick around. In fact, I tell people all the time, go out, find new information, visit other channels, get your DD from somewhere else. And this is a great place because since I do reporting nonstop, this is a great place for people to come and just meet and talk about the information that we're currently seeing. You can get a live conversation. We can talk about it. We can look at the data, see what it is, and then discuss it. It's a great learning place too. No, there is no such thing as dumb questions. Please feel free to ask questions at any time. I try to get to as many questions as I possibly can. Yishin, I wondered that for a long time myself. Like, is cryptocurrency basically a pump and dump for liquidity? And it's it definitely looks like it. It definitely looks like it. But I don't, you know, I mean, if it happens a third time, right? Then like I don't know what else you could assume. Like it literally shows a specific number, 29, on Bitcoin, and it's happened 3 times, and it's every single time that AMC has started to rip. That tells me meme stocks and liquidity and cryptocurrency are tied. They're tied together somehow. But we need to see it happen a third time, though. Third time's a charm. Nosa, you rock. You rock. We rock together. This community rocks. Okay, it looks like we have a break out of the wedge. Time for the Independence Day speech again. I really didn't you Hoagie, didn't you like the I don't know maybe if you heard it or not, but I did the Great Pretender or something. I can't remember what it was called. Charlie Chaplin did a speech. I think it's called the Great Leader. Or let me look up and see what it was. The Great Dictator speech. I played one of the mornings instead of playing music. I played Charlie Chaplin's The Great Dictator speech. I thought it was so appropriate, so appropriate. Like it literally inspired me to continue to, um, I don't know, just it just inspired me. That's all I got to say. I was like, yeah, thank you, Dick. Thank you, Con. Yeah, it was Dictator. Captain Awesome saying, from researching crypto for a while, I feel as though the price is mostly based on popularity, be it memes or whichever has been around the longest. Thoughts? I don't know. I really, I'm not an expert on crypto, Captain. I'm really not. But I can say one thing's for sure. Um, to me, just looking at the price and how it moves, it seems heavily manipulated. 100% heavily manipulated. And for me, personally, myself, um, if I was going to put my money someplace, I would not trust it in cryptocurrency. I see it as the wild, wild west of monies, and all you have a bunch of different bank robbers who are over there in the crypto land, robbing the banks of people's money. I see too much manipulation of price for me to feel like it's a safe place to put my money. That's what it looks like. You know, you got those bank robbers over there going, we done robbed Doge. Time to go hit up this town called Iwu Shinu. You know what I'm saying? They're like, Iwu Shinu? Yeah, it's like, it's the next Doge. We're going to go over there. We hear there's a sheriff over there that doesn't care if you rob his banks. So you just see like this like massive fluctuations in price that aren't tied to any kind of, it's not tied to anything. There's nothing it's tied to. It makes no sense. I don't know. Chan Chan can get a ban. Oh, Chan Chan, we love you too. This Chan Chan has come more often today than any other time. He's come more often today than any other day in the past history. What does that mean? Chan Chan, are they paying you extra? Are you? Please tell me you're getting uh, compensated extra. Please tell me you're getting compensated extra for this extra effort because today you're hitting us up like multiple times. Normally you come by once, maybe twice. Um, but I mean, this is unprecedented. Unprecedented. Chan Chan Tarzan. I gotta mute the the COVID laugh. Oh boy, that's pretty funny. I didn't cough on that one, but I didn't want to pop anybody's ears either. Oh man, Chan Chan Tarzan. I'm not threatened by them, guys. I'd ban them, but I don't feel threatened, right? I don't think I've really banned anybody ever. I think I've had moderators do more accidental banning than I've ever done. So let's take a look at our volume here. What do we got going on? Some of the volume has fallen under 250,000 a minute. This one's down to almost under 100K. So they're definitely trying to reduce the volume in here. Captain Awesome, it reminds me of what you just said right there with the whole Chan Chan from Trash Can. It reminds me of a particular somebody. Hold on a second. I think we need to have this particular somebody in our life right now. One second. I'm just going to have it playing in the background.
Okay, listen to this. Everyone on Sesame Street is always talking about love. Yuck. But now it's time for me to tell you what Oscar the Grouch loves. The thing that Grouches love best of all. Oh, I love trash. Anything dirty or dingy or dusty. Anything ragged or rotten or rusty. Yes, I love trash.
I do.
You really want to see something trashy? Look at this. I have here a sneaker that's tattered and worn. It's all full of holes and the laces are torn. A gift from my mother the day I was born. I love it because it's trash. Oh, I love trash. Anything dirty or dingy or dusty. Anything ragged or rotten or rusty. Yes, I love trash. Here's some more rotten
Sing it with you, guys. Sing it.
I have here some newspaper, 13 months old. I've wrapped this inside and it's smelly and old. But I wouldn't trade it for a big pot of gold. I love it because it's trash. Yes, I love trash. Anything dirty or dingy or dusty. Anything ragged or rotten or rusty. Yes, I love trash. Now look at this restless junk. I've a clock that won't work and an old telephone. A broken umbrella.
Oh, man.
A rusty trombone.
Brings back memories.
And I am delighted to call them my own. I love them because they're trash. Oh, I love trash. Anything dirty or dingy or dusty. Anything ragged or rotten or rusty. Yes, I love trash.
Oh, that's hilarious. Trash. I love trash. Have you guys ever had that like holiday trash? Oh, who doesn't love Snuffleupagus? You know, I'm a little disappointed though. I gotta say, I'm a little disappointed that they turned Cookie Monster into Veggie Monster. Not gonna lie, I think that was a mistake. Definitely think that was a mistake. Cody says I'm buying 5 shares every time I see post from Chan Chan. Oh man, I mean it's great. Chan Chan's here to confirmation bias, let you know that you're on the right track. Yes, Hanzo, I know it's Jana, but yes, Jana, Veggie Monster. They turned him from Cookie Monster to Veggie Monster. It's horrible. I think ABC, in order for us to see margin calls, we have to see price movement upwards in AMC. So until we see that price movement upwards, and I don't know what that magic number is going to be. It's of course going to be based off of how much liquidity that they have and how much they're required to have. Uh, Prior to the market dropping, I'd kind of suggested back in March that it would be somewhere around like $90, $95. Then liquidity, then sorry, not liquidity, but then dilution occurred, and I felt like that might have increased it a little bit to somewhere around the range of like 100 to 110 million, or sorry, 100 to 110 dollars a share. But with a market crash, that reduces the amount of liquidity that they have on hand, and so that could actually drop that price fairly significantly. So price wouldn't have to get over maybe $60. $60 could be enough for margin calls if depending on how much the market crashes. Now, of course, I can't. These are just kind of numbers that I'm just kind of tossing around here, and they don't really have like a full meaning because I don't have like a full in-depth knowledge of how much liquidity that they actually have. So, take them with a grain of salt, but I'm just trying to get you to understand the relationship to stock market crash, reducing liquidity and forcing them to required to have more liquidity if the price on AMC starts to move upwards. So it just would reduce the line, the point at which those margin calls would happen. It's a lowering of the bar. Manjeet says last week you was talking about places where we can keep all the money as a bank. Only allow you to keep up to 250,000 FDIC insured. Do you mind sharing how we can keep our money in cash if not investing right away? Ugh. So one of the tricky parts about, and it would all depend upon how much money you actually had. One of the tricky parts about taking money out of your accounts is without transferring them from one account to another is that you're only allowed a certain amount of money. And I'm, of course, suggesting that you live in the United States. I don't know what rules are like in other countries. But here in the United States, there's only a certain amount of cash that you can actually transfer uh, from one account to the other in a certain period of time. Um, so if you're doing direct transfer from one account to another bank account, the amounts that you can transfer may be unlimited. But and I'm not certain about this. This is why it'd be really good to speak to CPA and ask them these kind of questions. Um, I've been trying to get a CPA in here to talk to me, guys, but with it being tax season, but that's not even the biggest issue. It wasn't tax season when I was trying before. Um, once they get the idea that you're dealing with AMC, they don't want to talk to you because they know that it's dangerous. I almost had somebody come in and talk to us, but I had to give away what the position was, and that ruined it. But um, there will be plenty of people, plenty of banks that will talk to you if you just reach out to them. And I would love to get somebody on the channel to talk about this, but reach out to a couple different banking institutions and find out what kind of plans they have. As far as keeping it in cash, though, it may be really, really difficult for you to transfer that money out as cash. And I wouldn't even know. I personally myself would not. I myself would not do that. I'm not saying that you shouldn't. You need to do what you think's best with your money, but I personally wouldn't do that because I think that there's too many risks involved with transferring out large sums of money like that. Just, I don't know, I feel like there's a lot of risks. That would be something you'd have to, I couldn't help you with it, unfortunately. I highly recommend talking to a CPA. It's going to be hard to get a hold of one right now. I was encouraging a lot of people to get a hold of CPAs back in November and December just because it was better to not wait to find out the information about what you wanted to do with your future money. But if you can get a hold of a CPA now, talk to them and find out what they recommend you do. I highly recommend not saying just call them up and say I'm about to have a large amount of money that I would like to invest or I would like to have placed somewhere. How would you suggest I go about doing that? And then just see if they're willing to work with you, but don't tell them it's from AMC. You tell them it's from AMC and they just instantly start shutting down on you. Okay, Manji, you live in the S. That's good. I mean, it's not, it's neither good nor bad. It's just, it's good because I'm talking to you as though I know what I'm talking about and not able to help you. But yeah, I mean, I would talk to a CPA. Bill's saying buy an apartment complex much better than cash. Commercial real estate is, I think, is going to be pretty valuable in the future. I would wait for prices to drop a bit, but yeah. Okay, we see volatility pinching back down in here again. However, the minute candlesticks here are still pretty, for the most part, over 100K a minute. We didn't have a really strong breakout of this wedge. It was definitely a breakout, but not very strong. All this is really going to cause me to do is probably draw. Let's see what we got here. Probably see something more like this. I need to wait for some more data points here. So tentatively, I'll just draw that out like that is. Yeah, I mean, real estate's not a bad investment. Just be careful with real estate because I do expect to see a housing market correction as well. Like, I mean, if we see commercial property go down in price, I don't have any reason to believe why we wouldn't see housing market price correction as well. So, I just be cautious about how fast you jump into something like that. Don't be willy-nilly like, oh, I'm just going to start buying a whole bunch of properties, because those might actually decrease in value pretty quickly. And I wouldn't expect those to increase in value for probably at least a decade, if not more. I went through the housing crisis back in 2008 with a home in Arizona, Phoenix, Arizona, where I watched the home price drop from $315,000, the appraised amount where my neighbor outbid me by $15,000. Same floor plan, same everything was the same. I put mine on the market for 315, and he underbid me by $15,000 and put it up for 300 and got his sold. But the house was appraised for $315,000, and I watched the house price in a matter of, I don't know, I want to say a year or less drop from 315 down to one. I gotta dig in my memory here. I want to say it was like 130. It was a little over half. Half the home value price dropped, and it took about a decade for the price of the home to get back to where it was previously. No money. We're not looking for volume to drop so really what you're looking for is higher selling. So one of the things that the first thing that you're gonna see money is you're gonna see volume dipping. Volume dipping would be a sign that that potentially people are selling off share. Well, not initially. All right. you're asking for the question is what is a bad sign, or how do we know that we're seeing bad signals? And I would say the first sign that you're going to look for is more sell orders than buy orders. That's the very first sign that you're going to be looking for. We haven't seen that. Actually, I can't remember the last time we had more sell orders than buy orders. Another sign that you're looking for is short interest and on loan amount dropping like rocks. Absolutely just dropping like rocks. Those kind of signals would be bad for AMC. So if we pull up AMC over here on Vortex and we take a look at our short exchange reported short interest and our on loan amount, you're not seeing that. You're not seeing that. In fact, you saw a spike up here. You saw a spike in estimated or exchange reported short interest within the last month. And you also saw a spike in on loan amounts as well. So those are good indicators. You don't want to see short interest taking a nosedive. That would be bad. In case you're looking for, it sounds to me like what you want to know is what are bad signs, or how do you know that we're looking some bad indicator? What are truly bad indicators if volume's not one of them? And that's what we're looking for. Jana, you're saying it looks like my Fidelity account. Ouch, that sounds like my Fidelity account balance. It looks so bad today. So, depending on how much of how much you have diversified through the market, I could understand that. So, I'm just going to go back to the story of what would Casey have said to himself from 2001 when the market crashed, and what Casey would have said to himself is first off, when the market started to crash in 2001, Casey was only 24 years old. I think I was 24, somewhere around 24 years old. And Casey was going to be in the stock market for many, 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 many years beyond that. And so if I would go back in time and talk to myself, I would have said, Casey, you're going to be in the stock market for a really long time. Reposition the money that you're going to put into the stock market continuing forward, right? Put them into things that are maintaining or holding their value really well, but don't sell any of the stuff that you currently have positions on. And the reason I would tell Casey that was because the minute he sells, he loses all of his position, and he can't ever make that money back up. But if Casey would have held on to those shares instead of selling, they would have eventually regained their value. And then you could start repositioning. So it's kind of one of those things where, like, if I could go back in time, I would have told myself to just. But it depends, right? It depends on how old you are. What if you're not Casey? What if you're Casey today, 45 years old, much closer to retirement than at 24? Maybe my future self would say to my 45-year-old self would say something along the lines of, well, if you're going to make a change, you better do it before the thing tanks, which it may already be too late, because otherwise, you better just plan on sticking on and holding on to that for a little bit longer, 10 years, 15 years, before you start collecting on it. Which for 45-year-old Casey is not that bad. That might actually be about the time I'd start withdrawing anyways. So not a big deal. Just not going to be making crap tons of money off of what I already have invested. But sometimes it's too late to make changes if you've already waited too long. ABC says, if apes own the float many times over, wouldn't that mean a broker like Fidelity, Webull, etc. have over 513 million shares sold to their clients? Don't they have to report it? No. it's already. I'm not sighing at you, ABC. It's just that I think it's interesting that a lot of us seem to think that the DTCC has no idea what's happening. And I want to tell you that the DTCC is completely aware of how many synthetic shares are in existence. I'm 100% certain that they know exactly what's happening. They know exactly what's happening with the amount of shares that are in existence right now. So the idea that the DTCC doesn't know and that something needs to be reported to them so that they do know, I think is a false accusation. I think they really do know, and there's proof that the DTCC was conspiring with Robinhood on their margins last January. There's proof of it. There's actual proof of the DTC conspiring with Robinhood to take away the buy button so they could reduce the amount of margin that they needed in order to have margin calls. So if that doesn't tell you something, I don't know what does. They're extremely aware of what's happening here. No, Don, we're not. Just because they're aware doesn't mean that we're effed. It doesn't mean that we're effed at all. Holy moly, this order book keeps resetting over and over and over. We have 9 minutes until I do the next TA, guys. But you're right, though. Probably nothing is going to happen with the DTCC. So first off, EJ, hedge funds don't cover. Hedge funds don't cover. It's not in their playbook. They have one of two things they can do. They can close their positions, or they can have margin calls, or I should say three things, right? They can close their positions, they can have margin calls, or they can bankrupt the company and wipe their books free and clear of any of the manipulation that's occurred. Those are the three options. There is no other play in their playbook. So the idea of covering is not an issue. They're not going to cover their position. They may close their position, but they're not going to cover. And if they close their position, then that means that they're going to have to drop price to basically zero. Basically zero. Because they have a lot to cover. Hayden and so you own placeholders. You own placeholders, and it doesn't matter what broker you're going through, you always own placeholders. So it's like, yeah, they're going to tell you you own real shares, but it's really just they're seen as real shares. They're seen as they respond and act as a real share, but it's a placeholder. Because I guarantee you that there's not umpteen billion, however many. I mean, I can say for a doubt, without a shadow of a doubt, that there's 2.37 billion shares in existence. So I guarantee there's not really 2.37. So there's placeholders, and that's why you see the synthetic volume being like it is. You know, it's not. This is the fulfillment of moving and passing shares around. Nope, I don't think so, Hanzo. I don't see anything that would lead me to believe that so far. Man, doctor, what's going on? I don't understand what the problem is. I feel like you had like a weird change. 1530. 1530 has been my prediction for the turnaround point for a while. Rose, it's 1530 is one of the turnaround points, and I think well, 1530 happens to be the 40% turnaround point for the high that we had most recently of 2617. So 1546 is really darn close. We could definitely dip slightly below 1530. That is definitely a possibility. Oh, wait a minute. Is that right? My bad. Looks to me like I've made an error somewhere because let me just go backwards here. I'm showing that we are already past 40%. Let me go backwards just a tad bit. I need to go back to 1.6 and see what the high price was there. It was 2617, right? It was. Okay, guys, we actually already crossed the 40% line. I don't know why my math was incorrect earlier, but I just ran the numbers through my Excel spreadsheet, and it's saying that we're already at 40.9%. Why did I say 1530? Hold on, let me do some math real quick here and see if there's something wrong with my Excel spreadsheet. Yeah, that would have been 1570 would have been 40%. Why did I say 1530? Let me punch in. Oh, I think I know what this is. Okay, I know what this is. 1530 is 41.5% down. That's the point at which there's paper hands. So if we hit 1530 or cross 1530, then we've had paper hands on the way down. Depending upon how far we go past 1530, then that would be indicative. So we're really looking at trying to hold 1570 or higher. But if it hits 1530, then that's going to be paper hand sign. My bad. Sorry about that, guys. I didn't realize that I had plugged in the 41.5% mark. Bjork saying they removed volume after pushing us down, right? They tried. Volume's still pretty high, but they're definitely trying to reduce volume. Well, we had a breakout, or this isn't a breakout. I hadn't set my numbers up yet. It is time to do the next technical analysis. It looks to me like we're starting to fit almost a descending parallel channel. Not quite. It's getting close there. If we see price move up a little bit further, we could potentially be in a descending parallel channel. But since it is time to take a look at price or technicals, let's take a look at it. I'm looking at price and then thinking technicals. Alrighty. Taking you guys over to the other page. I won't be able to see what you guys are writing while I'm doing the technical analysis, and so until you see my picture come back up, I will not be able to answer questions, and more than likely it will be unseen. Moving forward here, what do we got going on? Let's take a look. Price predictions for the day-to-day. I still did not get anything from Duncan. My price prediction for the day-to-day is 16 to 19. Eric has 15.6 to 18.6, and Monty has 15.75 to 18.75. It's just for good fun, guys. Don't take anything seriously about those numbers. It's just kind of us trying to stay sharp about where we think price is moving or heading towards. Looking at the off exchange, these numbers are going to be low, guys. The off exchange isn't going to be heavily used when SSR is tripped. So do expect off exchange to be low numbers both today and tomorrow. So I'm going to go ahead and refresh that. 47.07 in the off exchange. CBOE EDGX is at 13.67. Actually, those numbers are quite high. Those numbers are quite high considering that SSR is tripped right now. I'm actually surprised that they're as high as they are. Looking at Vortex, an hour ago there was 3.56 million shares borrowed. It's now saying 3.48, which is a slight decrease, which is going to decrease the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 20.73. Taking a look at the options, highest amount of options for the calls currently at a $20 strike price. An hour ago was 4.5 thousand contracts. Now it is 7.1. On the put side, highest amount of open contracts is currently at a $15 strike price, which is $1 less than what it was an hour ago. An hour ago at 16, there was 5.8 thousand contracts. Now at 15, there is 8.5. So the difference between those two numbers is a $5 spread, meaning a $2.50 or $17.50 kind of being like the target closing price based off of what the options are looking at. Transfer this over. Alrighty, guys. Taking you over to Fidelity. AMC currently traded 10th according to most traded stocks according to Fidelity. We have a 72% buy to 28% sell ratio. Good numbers, very good numbers. GME is on the list on 11th. They're right behind AMC with a very strong 86% buy to 14% sell ratio. Super good numbers for both companies. Shares having been borrowed in the last hour. None. Calls. 1.7 contracts are in the money. 1.7 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 22,000 contracts are out of the money on the puts. SSR is tripped for today, meaning it will be on for tomorrow. The Nasdaq is down 2.72%. Dow Jones is down 1.68. The S&P 500 is down 2.19. The market is on fire with 6,181 decliners to 1,275. VIX is up 19.1%. IWM, let's just take a look at that for just a second. IWM is down 1.53. Tesla is down 6.81. Amazon is down 1.72. Cinemark down 7.63. Doge down 7.41. Bitcoin down 6%. GME is up down 13.03, and AMC is down 13.05. Inflow versus outflow. We have more inflow than outflow by a 4-point spread. There's 4 million more in money coming in. Volume 23.77. Let's see what kind of pace we're on for the day today. looks like we've got about 98.7 million share average pace that we're on for the day-to-day. They have definitely dropped volume down quite a bit because we were on a pace for about 150 million shares an hour ago. So they've definitely dropped down the pace. However, I have a price or a volume prediction of 70 to 90 million shares. So we're coming into probably the range to where we start seeing things level off a little bit. As far as the decreasing of volume. On the daily interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 19.59. On the hourly interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 23.52. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 20.91. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 34.84. Getting really close to that 15.3 turnaround point. And with that, I can see what you guys are writing again here. ABC says that the fee went up to 0.7. It should be per transaction. I would imagine that it's per transaction. Right? Like if you took out a home loan, if you were to take out a home loan, how much would the fee be for? I'd have to verify that. Money, I'd have to verify that, but I think that the fee should be per transaction. Pull up the news and see what's going on. Just looking through some of the news here. So an interesting point was made by Batman, and ABC may be trying to make that point as well that I didn't really fully let process. But as the fee goes up, the more shares that they return, if they don't return shares, that fee continues to go up. But if you look at how many shares are available versus how many shares are, uh, uh, sorry, if you look at how many shares that are left to borrow versus how many shares that are available to borrow, it shows you that there's not a whole lot of shares left to be returned. So if they don't start returning shares, the cost to borrow is actually going to start skyrocketing, which is really going to be painful, which is a great point. Batman on Twitter brought that up, actually. He says cost to borrow up to zero 0.7 even with 6.4 million shares available. They need to return shares or risk a rising CTB. And he's 100% accurate. 100% accurate. Yeah, Captain, it's pretty typical, right? I mean, it's pretty typical for us to have. This is why I always look at pre-market volume. I think it gives you a great indicator of what kind of total volume we're going to have for the day today. So that's why I always look at pre-market volume so heavily because I want to know. That is one of the very first indicators that I look at for when I'm going to sell. I'm looking for volume decreasing day over day and not just not just like right now. I'm talking about like when volume starts going from 1.2 billion shares a day down to like 700 million shares traded in a day. That's one of the first indicators I'm looking for. But the only way I know that that's going to happen is if I look at pre-market volume and I see what the volume in the pre-market is doing in contrast to what's happening um, intraday. Because intraday you see, huge rises in volume and just a lot of fluctuating in volume pace. But that pre-market, man, it is so crucial to understand because it really does tell you what the pace is going to look like for the day. Mr. Pump, I'm not going to say that. I think we should see a reversal in price. I mean, we've had quite a few days downtrend. If we take this and we move it to get rid of my Helsinki, that's what I'm gonna call it. My Heiken-Ashi candlesticks. If we turn those into the hollow candlesticks and we go back out to like a daily and just kind of like get rid of some of this noise that I got in here. What do we have? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days of downwards price movement and coming up on an 8th day. So yeah, that's it's a pretty long trend. It's a pretty long trend, and I expect to see a reversal on that this week. This one. Let me write something up here real quick, guys. I just want to. I don't know, Don. I know I've heard 1450 as a number that's been said at quite a few places, but I mean it's possible. It definitely is possible that it could shoot down to 1450 before seeing a reversal, but that would tend to make me think that there was more paper hands on the way down than I would have expected. But we'll see. We'll see if that's the case. We did have volume start picking back up again. 2 minutes ago, it was 354, and then this last minute was a 177. Based off of fundamentals, Salty, I would say somewhere probably between $20 and $30. I mean, worst case scenario, somewhere between 10 and 20. So, that would be a very worst case scenario, would be 10 to 20. So we're definitely like right in that range fundamentally. So it's not seeing this thing, dropping to underneath fundamental value um, is is quite interesting to see happen, right? Like I mean, it just really shows you how much shorting is going on here, especially if you take a look at the borrowed amount, right? The borrowed amount is going to definitely show you how much shorting is going on with the amount of short interest that's in there. Because I almost guarantee you that most of the borrowed change amount that's in there is short interest. They're expecting really bad news from the Fed. That's why we're seeing this sell-off. It's a possibility if they're going to talk about transparency being an issue and demand some kind of transparency. That would be that would be really bad news. Yeah, we'll see. That's going to be on Wednesday. We'll have to watch that. We'll have to take a look and see what the Fed says. I don't know if that meeting is going to be televised, but if it is, we'll try to get it. We'll try to capture it. I think they usually do those meetings behind closed doors. But we might get a report on what it is though that's being talked about. Two minutes ago, 247. So volume is starting to pick back up a little bit. Alrighty, guys, it's time for me to go to break. Maybe we should set up a trampoline in here. You know how much they hate those trampolines. Let's set one up. Oh no. The trampoline's gonna be all wonky at first because I drew it too close to the bottom down here. It's forcing me to let's put it right about here. I'm like having no luck with trampolines today. There we go. All right, we'll get trampoline in there and see if that 1530 level supports. Alrighty, guys, I'll put some music on, and I will see you guys back here in 40 minutes. Robot Godzilla meeting. What the heck? 11 a.m. All right, see you guys in just a little while. I'm back. I have something for you guys. I have a visitor. Let me see if I can get this visitor to come up here. Oh yeah, I think this is it.
Tutski. No, thank you, though.
Mr. Hanna, what can I bring for you on this glorious afternoon?
Well, Hector, here's the game plan. You're gonna bring us 2 absolute martinis. You know how I like them, straight up. And then precisely 7 1/2 minutes after that, you're gonna bring us 2 more. Then 2 more after that, every 5 minutes until one of us passes the fuck out.
Excellent strategy, sir.
I'm good with water for now, though. Thank you. It's his first day on Wall Street. Give him time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hanna, you're able to do drugs during the day and still function, still do your job?
Well, how the fuck else would you do this job? Cocaine and hookers, my friend.
Right. I gotta say, I'm incredibly excited to be a part of your firm. I mean, the clients you have are absolutely...
Fuck the clients. Your only responsibility is to put meat on the table. You got a girlfriend?
I'm married. I have a wife. Her name's Teresa. She cuts hair.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Think about Teresa. Name of the game, move the money from your client's pocket into your pocket.
Right, but if you can make the client's money at the same time, it's advantageous to everyone, correct?
No. Number 1 rule of Wall Street. Nobody, I don't care if you're Warren Buffett or if you're Jimmy Buffett, nobody knows if the stock is gonna go up, down, sideways, or in fucking circles. Least of all stockbrokers. Right? It's all a fugazi. You know what a fugazi is?
No, fugazi. It's fake.
Yeah, fugazi, it's a wazi, it's a woozy, it's a fairy dust. It doesn't exist. It's never landed. It is no matter. It's not on the elemental chart. It's not fucking real.
Right.
All right?
Right.
Stay with me. We don't create shit. We don't build anything.
No.
So if you got a client who bought stock at 8 and it now sits at 16 and he's all fucking happy, he wants to cash in, liquidate, take his fucking money and run home, you don't let him do that.
Okay.
Because that would make it real.
Right.
No, what do? You get another brilliant idea, a special idea, another situation, another stock to reinvest his earnings and then some. And he will every single time because they're fucking addicted. And then you just keep doing this again and again and again. Meanwhile, he thinks he's getting shit rich, which he is on paper. But you and me, the brokers, we're taking home cold hard cash via commission, motherfucker.
Right. That's incredible, sir. I can't tell you how excited I am.
You should be. There's 2 keys to success in the broker business. First of all, you gotta stay relaxed.
Yeah.
You jerk off?
Do I jerk off? Yeah. Yeah, I jerk off, yeah.
How many times a week?
Like, three, four times, maybe.
I'm gonna pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers in this
Rookie
racket.
numbers.
I myself, I jerk off at least twice a day.
Wow.
Once in the morning, right after I work out, and then once right after lunch.
Really?
Okay? I want to. That's not why I do it. I do it because I fucking need to. Think about it. You're dealing with numbers all day long. Decimal points, high frequencies, bang, bang, bang. Fucking digits. All very acidic, above the shoulders mustard shit. All right? It kind of can wig some people out.
Right.
You got to feed the geese to keep the blood flowing. And keep the rhythm below the belt.
Done.
This is not a tip. This is a prescription. Trust me. If you don't, you will fall out of balance, split your differential, and tip the fuck over. Or worse yet, I've seen this happen, implode.
No, I don't want to implode, sir.
No, you don't.
I'm in it for the long run, you know?
Yeah, implosions are ugly.
Yeah.
Pop off to the bathroom, work one out anytime you can, and when you get really good at it, you'll fucking be stroking it, and you'll be thinking about money. Second key to success in this racket is this little bit
I'm just
right
playing
here.
a movie. I'm just playing a movie, Joe.
It will keep you sharp between the ears. It'll also help your fingers dial faster. And guess what? That's good for me. Yes, sir. Revolutions. You follow?
Revolutions.
Keep the clients on the Ferris wheel. And it goes. The park is open 24/7, 365.
Why are we here, guys? We are here because this is Wall Street. This is Wall Street. This is what they live by. These are the rules that they live by. This is the corruption that they live by. We are here to make a change. We are here to make a change, and if we make money along the way, so be it. But we are here to make a change. I'm here to make a change. Maybe you're not. Maybe you're here just to make money. I don't care what your reasons are. But I can always tell you that in every single battle that I have ever been in my entire life, it's always that hill, that last hill that you see, that's the biggest struggle before you get to the end. It's always the last hill. So you have to ask yourself, are there guys on Wall Street that are sitting there talking like this right this second about us? Are they talking about us like this and saying, this is just money in, money out? It's all just fairy dust. Figment of your imagination. Or is this costing them money? Think about how much they've tried to tell you that this is not a thing. Look at the numbers and what the numbers represent. We had 5 minutes in a row of over 500,000 shares traded a minute. That's a total of 2.5 million shares traded in a 5-minute span. In a 5-minute span, 2.5 million shares were traded. Market manipulation. I can almost guarantee you there's some paper hands in there, JP. I can almost guarantee you because we dropped below that 41.5% point. 41.5% would have been at $15.30, and we're below that. So I'm telling you right now that 100% there's been some paper hands in here. But if we run the numbers, and it's time to do that, let's take a look and see what's actually happening. Let's see what's actually happening with the numbers. Let me refresh Fidelity real quick here, and we'll take a look at everything. Taking you over to the other screen. Wet my whistle before I start talking. All right, let's take a look at stuff. What do we got going here? In the off exchange, it's going to be low numbers. It's going to be low numbers because they got SSR tripped. An hour ago it was 47.07 and 13.67. It is now 48.63 and 13.55. Taking a look at Vortex. Vortex showing 3.2 million shares. An hour ago it was at 3.48 million. It's now at 3.44. So a very slight lowering of that value, but keeping the estimated current short share interest at 20.73%. Moving over to the options, let's refresh those real quick. at $16. An hour ago, the highest strike price was 20. It's now 16. It went from 7.1 thousand contracts at 20 an hour ago to 10. It was just 10,000 contracts. 10,000 contracts at $16. At a $15 strike price for the puts, the highest amount of volume currently went from 8.5 thousand contracts to 15.4. $10 strike contracts are starting to pick up and may end up starting to become the new highest number. We'll be checking that here in a little bit in the next hour and see if that's the case. Moving over to the other screen, orders by Fidelity customers. AMC has dropped off the top 10 list. GME still running in ninth with 88% buys to 12% sales. Here's the question right here that you're asking. AMC in 11th. 73% buys to 27% sales. It's pretty high. It's a pretty high number. It looks to me like we're buying the dip. We'll take a look at some other numbers as well to verify that. Shares borrowed in the last hour. Looks like 100,000 shares borrowed in the last hour. 6.2, yeah, just 100,000. That's putting at 4.8 million shares borrowed for the day today. We currently have 442 contracts in the money on the calls, 16.6 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts. The out of the money calls are way out of the money, 102,000 of them. We got to stop playing the options, guys. It's the only way we're going to learn this lesson. The markets, the Nasdaq is down 4.4%. The Dow Jones is down 2.89. The S&P 500 is down 3.53. The market is on fire with 6,181 decliners to 1,275 advancers. The VIX is up 24.68%. IWM is down 1.97. Tesla down 9.09. Amazon down 4.21. Cinemark down 8.88. Doge down 9.26. Bitcoin down 5.48. GameStop down 16.92 and AMC down 19.75. Refreshing our inflow versus outflow, we have more inflow than outflow by a 3 million spread. Shares traded so far for the day today. 40.3. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a second. Let's see. 390 divided by 2 minus 31. So we're 164 minutes into the day. We're trading 96 million shares on average. That's our pace for the day right now at 96 million shares for the day. That is a good number. That is a really good number. It's almost at 100. We're currently, I think that's actually a little bit higher than what it was an hour ago. The volume prediction that I had for the day today is 70 to 90 million shares traded for the day. Looking at the daily interval, these numbers are going to be atrocious. More selling pressure than buying pressure. RSI 18.1. 18.1, heavily oversold. On the 1 hour interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 17.42. On a 30-minute interval, more, oh, interesting, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 13.77. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 26.45. This is heavily, heavily, heavily oversold. You can see we blew right through the trampoline, touched the bottom side of the Bollinger Band. No, actually didn't quite touch. Almost touched the bottom side of the Bollinger Band, returned to the simple moving average. It looks to me like we're kind of on pace for what appears to be a descending parallel channel, but it's not quite. It's still a wedge. Yeah, I would assume that there's been some paper hands in here, but based off the order and the inflow and outflow, it's hard to say who it is because at this point it doesn't look like it's retail. It could have been institutions. This will be the true test here. Taking a look at the daily indicator for OBV. Yep. There's definitely been some kind of selling going on. But OBV is still supporting levels from previous back to here. So there's still high levels of OBV, but there's definitely been some selling going on. Hard to say if it's institutional, if it's retail, but based off the numbers I'm seeing, it looks like retail is buying the dip. It could have been institutional selling. Let's see, I'm trying to read through the comments here. What do we got going on? Keto says Dollar Tree investors were shitting bricks in 2008 until they broke from the indexes and shot up. That's a good point. Cinemark has a higher. This is very interesting point. This is a great point. Who said this? Empire Fire has a great point here. Cinemark price is at 14.53. AMC is at 14.29. If you look at the fundamentals between AMC and Cinemark, AMC has better fundamentals than Cinemark has. Way better fundamentals, but yet our price is lower. We are heavily oversold right now, guys. Heavily. The volume target, Joe, that we need to be seeing is about 100 million. That's the big numbers that we need to start seeing, but we're moving up in volume day over day, and it's not going to happen overnight. So volume will start to pick up. Like I said before, I was pretty sure we were going to see a red day for the day-to-day. If the institutions control price by selling, are they making more buying puts? If institutions control the price by selling, so it's more like wash sales. If there is somebody who's buying the other side of puts and they're buying them, then they would be making money if they're dropping the price. Yes. They would have to find somebody who's taking the other side to that if they are, though. Yeah. I don't think that it's going to go down to 9. I hope it doesn't go down to 9, but if it does, it does. I'll still be here. I'm not going anywhere. If it drives down to $9, that's fine by me. But I still think that we were going to have a red day today. I think we start to see some different numbers possibly tomorrow. Tomorrow and Wednesday. Those are the days I'm looking for reversals. Here's the thing, guys. if they're going to have to start buying shares, if they're going to be forced into buying leap shares or leaps that are that they're pushing out from into the futures and they're changing some of their positions and they're forced to start buying shares, then they're going to want to lower this price as low as they possibly can before they have to start buying. The lower the better. Yeah, the VIX is pretty impressive here. So if you take a look, this is March right here. This is last March. VIX made it up to 85.47. Super high. I know there's going to be a lot of interested investors once this thing starts. You know, the lower this goes, the more people are going to come run into this because I mean, it's definitely cheap right now. That's for sure. It's funny. I'm looking for news, and I feel like everybody's holding their breath. Everybody is holding their breath right now. Everywhere I look, it's just like it's radio silence. It's just like everybody's holding their breath. What's gonna happen? This is pretty funny. Tell me the market's crashing without telling me it's crashing, and they got like a list of different stocks that are down right now. Only 8% of the float's been traded, but the stock is down 20%. Is that true? Let's see here. I gotta do some math. Let's see. 42.72. Yeah, 18%. 17% traded. Yeah, that's right. Oops. 8.3, is that right? 8.3% traded so far. So 8.3% traded on. The difference on inflow and outflow. Let me just refresh and make sure this is accurate. It's like zero out. It's like zero difference. There's 1.2 million more inflow than outflow, and yet our stock price is down 20%. Stock price down 20% on 8.3% volume of our total float. Congrats, Don, on the buy. Jeff Bezos lost 20 billion last week. Amazon was trading 3,500 when I first started monitoring when Jeff Bezos stepped down as CEO. He's still on the board, I believe. So they're almost down $1,000. Almost down $1,000 since I first started tracking it. I'm not sure exactly when Jeff Bezos stepped down, but hard to say, pros. Hard to say. I can tell you that we've passed 1530 is kind of like the one of the turnaround points that we typically see, because that would be 41.5% down from there. 1423. Let me plug in the number. We are down 45.6% since our last high of 2617. It depends on how many paper hands we had on the way down, and it doesn't necessarily. When I say paper hands, it doesn't necessarily have to be retail. It could be institutional, but depending on how many shares were sold back into the market, regardless of who it was, will be the determining factor on what the turning around point will be. But typically speaking, it's somewhere around 40%. Right now we're at 45.6, so it could be at any moment. The only other thing that I would suggest is that the next turnaround point would be 60% down. Now, typically speaking, you don't go from 40% movements to 60% movements until you've graduated to higher levels of price. So I don't expect us to see a 60% downwards movement off of 2617. So I would suggest that, somewhere close to now should be the bottom. Should. But I can't necessarily promise that. It all depends on, really what it comes down to is is it profitable for them to continue pushing price down? Now, what you do have to remember or keep in mind is that they did trip SSR today. And when they tripped SSR, that allows them to have that short selling restriction on for tomorrow. So there's more printing of shares that can go on tomorrow. So they may, if they do decide to push this down tomorrow as well, try to control price some more. That is a possibility with that restriction, short share restriction set up. Yeah, the failing diplomatic talks with Russia. LeVar, thank you for your service. I know I say that to my mom all the time, and she always goes like it was. I hate it when people ask or say thank you for the service, because I enjoyed my time in the service. But thank you for your service anyways, regardless of whether you enjoyed your time in or not. We do appreciate it. I have a son that's in the Air Force, so and I come from a military household, and unfortunately, I just couldn't. I would have joined, but I couldn't. Prost is saying, what about short exemption? BS, yeah, short selling, short share exemption. What about it? So all it does is it really helps the it helps the hedge funds out because it allows market makers to legally print synthetic naked shorts during short share exemption periods of time or whenever reg shows tripped. So in this particular instance, it actually helps them to print liquidity, and so yeah, they're printing as fast as they possibly can right now because it hurts. It hurts them when they drop price like this and they're having to borrow shares to do it. So this definitely makes it a more liquid market. Einstein saying NASDAQ prices are cheaper than they've been in the last 8 months. For those of you guys who weren't here, earlier this morning, I'm going to show you something real quick here. This is something that Park Air and myself were looking at late last night. We kind of spent more time looking at it than we probably should have because I didn't go to sleep until way late. But this is IWM right here, and what I wanted to show you with this, and we were going to run it on well, we were going to run it on other things as well. But what we're looking at specifically here is a histogram of OBV over time. And what I want to point out is that volume wasn't really high beyond this point, so we matched up historical on balance volume with this period of time where you see a price rise, and it matches up really, really well in here. There's a little bit of a overinflation in this portion right here, but it corrects for it, and you can see that volume does too. But then you start seeing price really start to rise above the volume, and volume doesn't really do a good job at keeping up. And so you see a couple of different corrections in here through time, but one of the big corrections is right here, and price tries to get back down to where it should be as far as matching volume, but it never quite makes it. And then you have more inflation of IWM over time, and then you see a massive fall right here to halfway point, and it makes you think like, okay, well, you could see during that sell-off that volume did, the on-balance volume did drop during that period of time, but it never really it never corrected as much as this price drop did. So again, more time goes on, still overinflated, and price finally drops back down and meets back up with on balance volume. And what does it do? Overcorrects once again. So currently we are in that phase where I think we're trying to correct back down to get back down here. And I think OBV is probably going to correct as well as this moves down. So we could see values for IWM that are in excess of like a correction over 50%, right? If you look at this, the drop, I don't know, this is about 230 range, dropping down to 115 would be about here, and that would be about right. So, you know, when there were analysts that were coming on to the TV not too, like I guess a week ago, saying that there was going to be a 50% correction in the NASDAQ, yep, sure looks like it. It definitely looks like there's overinflated price based off of the total balance of volume. Now, in regards to AMC, if we take the same data, right, and we take a look at it here like this, here's our price rise back in late June or early June rather, and you can see that the volume supports that price rise, and we were under or deflated in price or devalued in price. And as price shot up, it finally caught back up to where volume was. And then there was a legit sell-off, right? You can see the volume dropping here, but it was probably more of a sell-off than it should have been. Price rose and you saw volume increasing again. But you've seen these massive dips here, and they don't really show up here in the volume, on balance volume. So there's really a huge deflationary period right here in price compared to volume. And so we should see a correction going the other direction. Now, what does a stock look like when it's selling off? This is Peloton over, I guess since 2021. And here's price moving down. Volume didn't really move down that much here. So definitely devalued, but then price comes back up to try and reach it. And then here you start seeing a sell-off in volume. There's definitely a sell-off in volume, and it's reflected here in price as well. So this is what a stock looks like when it's in a sell-off. And that's not what AMC looks like at all. No, Don. It means AMC is doing really well. You asked that earlier. I always say on this channel that it's never a dumb question unless you ask it twice, and you've asked it twice now. That's a dumb question, sir. It's very possible, Rose. It's very possible. This could be a last-ditch attempt to try and get price down as low as possible. This is true, Einstein. This is true. It very heavily reminds me of my position in 2001 when I started seeing the market doing something like this in 2001. I sold my positions, and of course and it was all in a 401k, right? So of course it took 2 days to settle, and by the time my accounts had finally settled, the market had already corrected itself by 2/3, and I had lost 2/3 of my money in a matter of less than a couple days, less than a week, less than a week. Losses are never fully losses until they're realized, which means you sell. Yeah, I know that whole Russia thing, Russia and Ukraine's not looking good. Bondaro, stay safe over there, man. Stay safe. Hope you're not impacted by that. I'd love for you to talk about, every once in a while it'd be awesome to hear you, Bondaro, talk about, what it is you're seeing from your side over there. I think a lot of us would care about what's happening over there. I think it's kind of sad, honestly. And I'd love to hear what it is you have, your perspective on things, from what you can say. I doubt you probably even want to talk about it. Yes, Einstein, you're 100% right. Let's check it out. Process asking what's GME's OBV versus price. Best way to look at it is daily. Flatlined. Price is moving down, but OBV is not. It is a flat line. I don't have a histogram for you here on this one. I could try to make it. It definitely broke out of a wedge that I have that I suspected we wouldn't be breaking through until further out here in February. If you want to see a histogram version of what it was I was showing earlier, let me see if I can pull that up for you, Pros. Just 1 second. Let me just try to get that worked out. Let's see. Get rid of that and that. Let me see if I can pull it up here. Most of those graphs I have somebody else work on for me. I have Park Air working on those. Let's see. Hmm. Kids have the day off school today. Oh man, I'm gonna have to have. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to figure this out. I've got to have Park Air show me how to transfer this up as a histogram because I'm just not quite sure how to do that. Looking under settings. Just give me a second here. I'm trying to see if I can figure it out. Hmm. Maybe I can do this. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get somebody's help in order to add this as an indicator. But I mean, I can just show you on it's showing the same thing here on TradingView. This is your OBV here for the daily for GME, and it's basically the same thing across. You can see price dropping here, but OBV is not really moving at all. So there it is, kind of zoomed in on it just a tad bit. It's a little bit dropping right here, but I mean, for the most part, it's holding a pretty nice average across. As I drag this across here, you can see it's holding a pretty good average as price is falling. I'll figure out how to do this later tonight, guys, and I'll make sure that I can do this on any stock starting tomorrow. Let's see what Bondaro is saying here. Yeah, man, Bondaro, I don't blame you. I don't think anybody likes this. I don't like anybody likes the idea of what's happening over there. State Department now warning of Russian cyber attacks. So one of the theories that we had a while ago was that there's a chance that you know, the market could potentially market-wide have a shutdown, right? Like if they claim that there was a cyber attack on or manipulation to price within the market based off of outside source, they could possibly freeze the market. Now, that's been something we've kind of been anticipating as a possibility in the future, just based off of some of the writing that was listed in DTCC and some of the NSCC filings. I wish I could remember exactly which one it was, but there was definitely information in there that talked about a market-wide shutdown for you know, a predetermined or a undetermined amount of time that they're allowed to shut it down for based off of outside influences. Yeah, no doubt, Einstein. No doubt. I hope not, Hawkeye. In order for us to see a reversal, we have to see a 15% increase on this bottom here. So let's figure out what that is. We're looking at 16.36. So I'm going to go ahead and move the top number down. We were looking for the number to reach 1829 before. It doesn't even have to reach that high now. So to see a reversal, all we have to see it move up to is 1636. So I'm going to move this blue value down here to 1636, if I can, which I can't. There we go. All right, so we already tripped SSR, which was 1617. Now we're just waiting for price to move back up to cross. It needs to drive through 1636 pretty hard in order for it to be a reversal. We are halfway through the day today, guys. I did something interesting on AMC. Let me go back to AMC real quick. Last Friday, and I think that I don't recall who said it. It might have been Bjork. I don't remember who it was. Somebody mentioned earlier that they thought that the price was going to do something very similar to what we saw last week, and I tend to think that's probably like last Friday. I think that's probably the case, but let's just check it out and see. Let's take this down to the minute, and let's take a look. So I'm just going to show you what I did on Friday, which I thought was really kind of interesting. What had occurred was we had a wedge pattern that was kind of forming. Wow, guys. Look at OBV holding up as prices dropped here today. That's amazing. So what I had done is I had drawn out a couple different wedges. I had one that was going through here at the beginning portion of the day, and then as price moved on further, broke out of that, I had a secondary wedge. And then finally ended up on a third wedge that kind of took us right to the middle of the day. And I said, wouldn't it be interesting if I copied this first portion of the day, and then inverted it and placed it over on the other side, and we closed somewhere around, or had price action and closed it somewhere around the end. And sure enough, wouldn't you know it, price closed doggone really close to that value. Even though the price didn't move the way that the image looked, it still finished around the same price. I would tend to think that there's a possibility that we have something very similar to that happen today. I think there's a good chance that maybe we head back up and possibly close around where we opened at, maybe even slightly higher. It's hard to say, but I don't. I feel like we have more of a descending parallel channel going on. Let me just check it out real quick here. Let's see. No, it's not. It's not a descending parallel channel. It's a wedge for sure. Oh, this is definitely a breakout, though. I got kids in the background. They seem to be excited about something. Are you guys purposely typing in Brandon, or is it changing it on you guys? I'm kind of curious. Like I've never. Let me just. I'm curious because I want to type it now and see what happens. It doesn't. Okay, so you guys are doing that on purpose, aren't you? Maybe it's your phone because it's not auto-correcting me when I put it in, so it must be a phone thing. That would be my guess. Interesting. I've never seen somebody use that as a. Actually, I have seen it once before, but I thought it was just a typo. Jeff says, "Yeah, I'm not gonna repeat that, Jeff." But I feel you, man. I feel your pain. Well, I tell you what, guys, this beard is getting annoying. Have I said that before? I don't remember. All right, there's the first push back up to that 1530 range. Volume is, most of these minutes are over 100,000. Yep, most of these minutes here are over 100K, which is still, that's pretty good volume. It's decent volume. One second, guys. I gotta send a text out here real quick. little more text. All right, price moving back up here. Like I said, we need to see a strong rip through $16.36 to know that we've had a correction in price. So the other day, that value was right about, it was just over 1856. It was kind of like sitting like right here. And I told you guys, we can't just kiss it and come back down before seeing a new low. If we kiss that thing and just come back down and start driving back down again, we're going to see a break of 15. We're going to see a test of 1530. It actually broke 1530. So yeah, it was still new lows. So 1423 is a new low now. So in order for us to see a correction in price, it's got to drive through 1636, not just a touch. It's got to drive through it. Is the VIX coming back down? It's at 29%. Yep, it's coming back down. The VIX is coming down, which means that we could be starting to head upwards now. How you guys feeling? You feeling a little better? So take off the tension just a tad. I ain't gonna lie to you guys, man. I'm telling you, I feel it too. I feel it too. It's there. It's definitely there. But you got. I can't tell you. You have to kind of like. You have to let those emotions just kind of ride. You gotta let it. It's like that. It's that whole pep talk from Matthew McConaughey. Just gotta let it ride. It ain't a thing. MCon's like a little. I get it. I get it. I get it. Gotta let it. I wish I could pep talk like Matthew McConaughey. That's what I need to do. He lives here in town where I live. I need to give him a call and be like, "Hey man, I need your ass over here now. I need your pep talk." Be like, "Come on, Matthew, get your butt over here and let's talk this out." What are the chances? What are the chances I can get him? You think I reach out to Matthew McConaughey and get him to come over here? I'll get him to come on the show and go, mm-hmm. I could try to reach out to him. You never know what happens. I always say, it never hurts to ask. All right, guys, I'm gonna start updating. I'll put I'll put a reach out there. I'll see what happens. I doubt I'll hear anything back, but I'll put my feeler out there. All right, all right, all right. No, we don't have to. There's no clay. I won't take any money. I won't take any money. All right, moving guys over to the other page. It is time to take a look at our numbers. Let's see what's going on here. All right, let me move over some screens. And let's take a look at the off exchange right now. 48.63 up to 51.05 and 13.52 in the EDGX. Those numbers are actually kind of higher than I would have anticipated, considering the SSR's trip for the day today. It seems like there might have been a lot of buying pressure coming in. Kind of interesting to see. Okay, Vortex is reporting a little bit different numbers now. So some of that short interest that was there for the day-to-day may have closed out their positions as they're seeing price run up. So it's showing a borrowed change of earlier an hour ago, it was showing a borrowed change of 3.44 million. That is down to 933.65, so just under a million shares. That's going to lower the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 20.27%. And taking a look at the options. Highest amount of call options currently at a $16 strike price. An hour ago there was 10,000 options. There's now 12.4. On the puts, highest amount of put volume currently at a $15 strike price. An hour ago there was 15.4 thousand contracts. There's now 17.3. Taking you guys over to the other screen. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC is in 10th with 74% buys to 26% sales, and GME is in 9th with 89% buys to 11% sales. So looking really good on those order levels. For the most part, it looks like we're buying the crap out of this thing. Shares borrowed in the last hour. Zilch. Nothing I'm going to count. There looks like there's 10,000 out of the ETFs possibly, but I'm not going to count those. Wait a minute. Actually, no, I take that back. There has been some shares borrowed in the last hour. 100K. So they're at 4.9 million shares having been borrowed for the day today. 1.7 thousand. Whoa. Getting a little crazy here on the mouse. 1.7 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 22,000 contracts are out of the money on the puts. Still got over 100K in out of the money contracts. SSR is tripped for the day today, which means it will be on for tomorrow as well. The Nasdaq is down 3.37, Dow Jones down 2.4, S&P 500 is down 2.87. We currently have 6,284 decliners to 1,203 advancers. The market is on fire. The VIX up 25.79%. IWM down 1.7, Tesla down 6.96, Amazon down 3.44, Cinemark down 8.3, Doge down 7.03, Bitcoin down 2.8. GME is down 15.03% and AMC is down 14.8. Our inflow versus outflow is a 4 million points, or they've changed this on me, guys. So I'm reading it as I can't get it to change back. I really wish they would do the points. There's a 4 million spread in outflow versus inflow, with there being more inflow than outflow, with a 14% down day. Shares having been traded for the day today is at 49.8. We're just slightly past halfway through the day. 215 minutes into the day. Giving us total pace. It was 96 million shares pace that we were on, I think, earlier. Maybe it was 95. We are now down to 90.3 million share pace for the day today. And I projected somewhere between 70 to 90 million. On the daily interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure. No. Sorry, take that back. More buying pressure. I said that backwards. Hold on a second. we have more more selling pressure than buying pressure, with an RSI of 19.44%, so heavily oversold. On the 1 hour, we currently have more selling pressure, more buying pressure than selling pressure, with an RSI of 32.62. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure, with an RSI of 35.19. On a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure, with an RSI of 59.17. Let's check out the Bollinger Bands. Price moving within the Bollinger Band still heading upwards. Yeah, Einstein, I'm in agreement with you. It's gonna get kind of crazy here. It's gonna get really, really crazy. And the thing is, Einstein, is that they're, the chances are that the reason for the need to push the price down the way that they did is because they're trying to get it dirt cheap as they're buying shares back. So if they're buying shares back, then it's just, I mean, it's gonna get kind of nutty, kind of fast and quick. I would say, I mean, according to the Vortex indicator, I would say that there's some selling going on in here as well. I mean, you can see it here on the list. Nope, that's not true, Space Ape. They have to buy shares back all the time. All the time. They have a lot of unleveraging to do. A lot of unleveraging to do. So they're constantly needing to buy shares. Sometimes they're trying to buy shares and they can't find shares, just like we can't, and so they end up having to loan shares in order to get this thing to continue to roll down the road. Big price drop and not much change in short interest. Well, as a rule, part of it is that the short interest actually did go up, but they closed out some of the daily short interest today, and you can see that in the borrowing amount. That went from like 3.25 million shares having been borrowed to just a little less than a million. So a lot of short interest this morning was closed out as price moved downwards. So there were some attempts to make money as price moved down a little bit, and then once those positions were closed, well, as price started to move up, some of those positions closed out because they were like, "Yep, not going to ride this back up with puts on the books," which is understandable. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I didn't see the question mark, Space Ape. So I was like, it looked like a statement. If they're able to buy shares back then MOASS is over, because that looks more like a statement than a question. My apologies. I misread it. It's it's hard sometimes to tell how you guys are. If I don't see punctuation, that looks like a statement. Dog, I mean, Dog is asking, are we in a market crash or a market dump? What comes first? Probably the dump and then the crash, right? So to me, it looks like it's a dump right now and probably could turn into a crash. I mean, how do you define the difference between a crash and a dump? I mean, this looks like a market-wide correction. Even Bitcoin is starting to go back up. Everything is starting to head north. So was it a liquidity? It sounds like such a weird word when you say it like that. Was it a cash grab? Is that all that was, or it's difficult to say. If I had to guess, maybe a bunch of positions are trying to close some of their positions as possible, so they don't have um, as much on the books across the board. I don't know. It's something that's going to be analyzed for years to come. It's the amount of data that you would have to pour through to figure out what just happened on the entire market would be a lot of data to pour through. So I'm not going to be able to just tell you why the market would have such a big correction and then all of a sudden swing back the other way without looking at where money was shifted from and to. And my bad too, Space Ape. I just assumed it was a statement. I apologize. My bad. Einstein's saying they're trying to rebalance. Yeah, that's what I'm suggesting. I don't know where they've rebalanced. It's going to take time to figure that stuff out. Trying to figure out where the rebalancing happened because of the delayed reporting that we have. It could take up to 3 or 4 months before we have all the data that we need to determine what exactly happened today. Michael, how's it going, man? Michael, it's hard to say, whether or not this is obviously a shuffling of money. This is obviously a shuffling of money somewhere around. I'm not sure exactly. I mean, if it makes sense, the most sense that it makes to me is that if let's say, for example, that you're a hedge fund and you have a bunch of open short interest on a bunch of different stocks everywhere, right? Because they do. That's what a hedge fund does. If they needed to close some of those positions in order to create less leveraging problems, drop the whole market. Drop the whole market, close out as many positions as possible, uh, reshuffle around monies around from different places, and then you clear up some of your liquidity problems. Does that mean that everybody was successfully rebalanced as well through the movement? It's hard to say. We'll find out. We will find out. And it definitely helps, with you know, liquidity problems inside AMC, because once they trip that SSR, they can start printing shares. So if they were having a liquidity issue across the board with many different shares out there, dropping the whole market potentially allows them to create liquidity in a lot of different stocks. So this might have been like a market-wide correction in order for them to survive another day. Well, Space, the reason I'm apologizing is because, man, I'll tell you what, we've had our fair share of naysayers in here today, so I'm definitely on a little bit more edge than usual. So that's why I'm apologizing. Einstein, that's the exact same date I have too. 2/8. It's the exact date that I have. Um, the timing indicator that I see could give us until 211, but ultimately it looks to me like the grand date seems to be 2/8, and that's what keeps popping up on everything that I'm seeing, like everywhere. It doesn't matter what you look at, everything points at like the first 2 weeks of February as there being this like finalized movement for a lot of different stock prices. I'm too nice. But I'm serious. I'm serious. Like it's like it's very difficult. It's very difficult to um, manage my own emotions as everything's unfolding. So you're welcome, Michael. What is 2/8? I mean, it's nothing specific. It's just that there's a lot of different indicators, money. A lot of different indicators. There's, if you take a look at some of the trends on what's happening with like Bitcoin, if you look at some of the different indicators for um, Vortex data, there's just a lot of signs that kind of are pointing towards something happening towards the first 2 weeks of February, and specifically the 2/8 date is really kind of forming up to be special as well. But I hate dates. I hate dates, and only because Einstein threw that date out there, am I in agreement with him that I'm seeing the same thing? I don't really want you guys to put a whole lot of faith in 2/8 as being the day, but I definitely am seeing similar indicators pointing towards something happening in the second week of February. So I don't know what. I don't know what's going to happen exactly, but there's definitely some strong indicators. For example, Bitcoin, right? Let's just move over here, Bitcoin. Here you have a head and shoulder pattern forming, right? The end of this pattern, 2/7, right? That's the end of the pattern. Let's take a look at something else. Let's take a look at that correctional chart or corrections chart for OBV um, for for IWM, right? When could this possibly happen? Well, you can't really see it on here, but we were kind of guesstimating. We kind of drew it out to see, and this is showing the possible end of the drop being around 2/8 as well. Or maybe even it might actually be a little bit later, but it's going to be dropping really heavily into that period of time. So, I mean, it's just indicators everywhere. Indicators everywhere. Take a look at Vortex. Vortex over here. This is one of my strongest indicators right here about price increase incoming. And that's on loan average age per day. And when it hits the bottom of a drop, that's when you tend to see spikes. We had two drops down here. We had a drop here and we had a drop here. I'm going to zoom in on this just a tad bit so you can see what it is that I'm talking about exactly. But here's the first dip, and the price movement for that was right here, right? The open was 2091 and the high was 2512. There was a good price increase on that day. Then there was a secondary dip that flagged on the same day that price was moving up, and there's our secondary increase where we had a 19% increase on December 17th, a 19% increase in price. So this indicator really does show price increases that are coming in, and here we have another dip in this indicator, and I think it might be at the bottom. I think it very well could be at the bottom, and if it's starting to, if we see this indicator rising tomorrow, or in the next few days, then that puts us down on a 15-day counter. I've always said 15 days. Once you see the bottom of this, it's 15 days. Well, if today's the last day and it is indeed the bottom, that puts us out to the 11th, which is really close to the 8th. I mean, it puts us right in the right time frame. So there's just a lot of different indicators that are rolling through that. I mean, it's like everywhere I look, I see indicators for, that period, that time frame of something happening. Take a look at silver. Some people are talking about silver being an indicator. Take a look at Doge. There's all kinds of, I don't know. They're all over the indicators are all over the place, and it's just kind of crazy how they're all kind of pointing towards the same dates. Hey Eric, just because you're married doesn't mean you can't go on dates. I don't know what's up with Bed Bath and Beyond, Pros. I'm sure it's probably the same thing as all the rest of them. So it doesn't look like they had the downwards pressure that everybody else had, and they had mostly upwards movement today. It'd be interesting to go and check and see. So it looks like, look at my page, guys, of all my previously or recently viewed stocks in here. Look at this. Look at this page in here. Oh, there we go. We got SHLDQ being up. I guess that's the old Sears one. The ghost, the phantom stock. VIX was up, and then what else is up? GMVD, whatever the hell that is. RGS was very slightly up. This is all stuff that I've been, thrown out as, stocks I should take a look at. SPRT, hey, that one's delisted. Oh, DVD got halted. Oh, sheesh. I used to be invested in DVD. Why did it get halted? Oh, snap. When was this? Oh, man, I'm glad I'm no longer in that. That was an accident waiting to happen. I'll have to check that out later. I used to be invested in that a while back. All right, we're getting really, really close, guys, to that price of 1636 that I told you we need to drive through. This cannot just be a simple touching and kissing off of it and coming back down. We got to drive through 1636. If it doesn't drive through 1636, we won't have a difference in what the heck are you guys looking at over there? Oh, how did that get changed? What is going on? What is going on? Give me a second. Let me fix this. it's showing the chat box. What the heck? I don't know how that changed. All right, guys, I gotta go to the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Whew, gotta go. All that coffee breaking on through to the other side. Let's get rid of OBV. So I'm gonna pull up something real quick here, guys. I want to see what the 4 hour. No, actually, I'm gonna look at the 1 hour Ichimoku cloud is. I want to see what it looks like. Okay, so it looks like we had a conversion, the conversion line ever so briefly breaking past the baseline in the pre-market hours. It tried to break through. Actually, it looks like it did break through over here 3 days ago. So Thursday last week it broke through. We got up into the cloud and they pushed us really, really super hard down here. Look how thin the cloud is here. Price doesn't have to get too much higher. This is Wednesday. This is the day that I'm really looking for us to move through the cloud. You can see that price is not too much down from the bottom of this is 1605. So we're actually already above the cloud in price right now. Or not above the cloud, but in the cloud. Let's take a look at it on the 4 hour. Wednesday. Wednesday's price is $20 on the nose. Interesting. One, two. If we could break 20 bucks on Tuesday, that would be amazing. So it looks like we're doing a little bit of consolidation here just underneath that 1636 that I told you guys that we needed to drive through. See, now this is the interesting thing. I was asking, somebody was asking earlier, if volume is increasing and price is falling, isn't that bearish? 100%, 100%. But look at this. We had volume increase and price decreasing, but yet it broke out going up. Volume really is key to price discovery. When you're a heavily shorted stock, it's when you you know when it doesn't do what it's supposed to do. That shows you you're a heavily shorted stock. Because this is a volume increase and then price decreasing. It should have gone down and it went up instead. Let's see if I can get a read on where we're heading here. $12.20, an hour and 10 minutes. We might get an hour and 10 minutes of consolidation before heading back up again. So maybe 1440. So let me put a box there just in case. 1440. All right, so we'll see if this is a flag and pennant situation here. AP, how's it going, man? AP, I need your help. I need your help, man. So I was trying to do the histogram on the OBV, and I can't figure out how to make a histogram out of an OBV indicator. So is there any way that you can walk me through that? I would much appreciate. I would imagine that it has something to do with the settings, but I didn't know where to find it in the settings. I couldn't find it. If you wouldn't mind helping out with that, it'd be awesome if I could draw those out. Jeff, these aren't my list. This isn't really my list of things to watch. My watch list is this, what you're looking at. It's VIX, IWM, Tesla, Amazon, Cinemark, Doge, Bitcoin, GME, Hood, and AMC. But the things that people have asked me to look at is what you're talking about, and that's my recently viewed list. And you're asking if ILUS. I don't remember. That doesn't sound familiar. ILUS is not on my list, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that's not on my list. He's like, it should be. Take a quick call. Yeah, absolutely, man. Call me up. Let me put in my headphones real quick here. You guys are gonna hear me talk to him on the phone here. Oh, mate, he won't be able to hear. There we go. All right, there's price ripping through that 1636 value. Is it gonna rip or is it gonna just settle down there? Hello? How's it going, man? Okay. It'll take forever. But it says show histogram. It says show histogram in there. It says show histo. I click that, but it actually puts it inside of. Oh, you know what? I'm clicking on the wrong one. Let me do the right one here. Okay, so it says. Yeah, see, that's what I looked for. I looked for it, but under inputs it says time frame chart, and then gaps, and then there's some other button on the side over here. I don't see it. Yep, right here. I'm in it, and do I have maybe I may have the wrong OBV. Let me try a different OBV indicator and see if I get better luck on that. So when I type in OBV, I just usually pull up just the very first one that's up there. But should I be pulling up possibly like a more highly used one, or? Okay. All right, bye. Hold on a second, guys. Alrighty. Got about 22 more minutes before we take a look at all the rest of the indicators here. I'm going to be waiting for a call. Let's see. We'll get AP on here. Oh man, I hope I didn't just make you guys deaf. Severance check deposited into my local Fidelity branch. Manager is an ape. Nice. Holy cat, I'm getting blown up today in messages. Let me see here. Hold on a second, guys. Trying to see how he's doing this here. Yeah, unfortunately it doesn't. I'm getting pictures, but none of them help. All right, well, price did drive up above 1636. It's not really like driving really super hard. I would say that if it was, we should see larger movements, larger candlesticks that would drive us through that value. Yeah, I saw the screenshots, but they're not helping. So here's the deal, guys. This is kind of an interesting learning experience right here on this, and I haven't had a chance to be able to cover this with most of you guys. I always tell you that it has to return 15% increase on price in order for it to reset the synthetic price failures. But what I've never had an opportunity to do is show you guys what that could mean. All right. So what that does is when you have a resetting of synthetic price failure, it actually sets you up to where you could have new lows. So you guys are like, wait a minute, what? Yeah, well, unfortunately. However, the good news is that typically speaking, when we see a synthetic price failure, especially one of 45.6%, you usually start to see a return, right? So the last time we did this at a 40%, we went from 33.92 down to 22.20.27, which gave us a return up to 32.22, and it was a 59% increase in price. So on this particular instance, since we are driving back up, I'm going to start counting new highs. Oh, man, I have bad indigestion today. I need water. Water. Medic. Whew. All right, so I'm going to start counting new highs now. And I'm going to call today's the date for the end of this downtrend. So 124. And 124 is the date for the start of this movement. And so if we count the amount of days from 16 to 124, and I count all the days, including weekends, because it's just always been the way that I've counted it. So 1, 2, let's see, so 7, 7, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 days. Make sure that's right. Yeah, I think that's correct. So 1, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 days should be correct. So that trend to get from 26.17 down to 14.23 took us a total of 18 days. Feel like this sucked to you guys? Sure was a long drive. Long drive. Let's see how long it takes us to return. Last time it took us 7 days. It took us 6 days to go down 40.2% and then 7 days to get back up 59%. So we'll see how long. We'll see if it takes 18 days to get back up some kind of return here. But so far we're up 16.8% from the bottom. AP, I don't recall which one it was. There was a chart we wanted to do it for earlier, and I can't remember off the top of my head what it was, but I just know that tonight I need to get with you and figure out how to do that, because if I can't do that on my own, then it's kind of sucky. I want to be able to do that on my own. Heck yeah, it does, James. 100% it does. I mean, we're only down 7.46% for the day now. So I can't say that that's necessarily the case for the rest of the market, though. Still kind of hurting. What do you guys... Oh, dang it. How could I forget this? Why do you guys let me forget these things? Oh, man. What? I can't believe I forgot this. What a waste. Let's see. Let's go with I can't believe I spaced this like most of the day today. All right, there you go, guys. There's the poll for the day today. Don't let me forget to end the poll before I close the show out, because I did forget last week uh, I forgot to do that. So there's the poll for the week. Price prediction. Oh, I can't believe I waited until halfway through, more than halfway through the day to put that out there. I apologize. I got so happy about being into Monday. 70 to 90. So if 80 ends up being the case, then I'll be right targeted. I'll be targeted perfectly. So 70 to 90 was the prediction for volume for the day today. Not bad for government work. Jeff's coming in with 10 to 15 closing price for the end of this week. That's not true, Zach. Actually, you guys have gotten it right. There's always been a group of you that have gotten it right. I give you guys a pretty large variation. Actually, the largest group of people I think won last week. It's been 2 weeks now where the price predictions has been picked correctly for that range, that $5 range. It's prediction, Nosa. Prediction. It could be whatever your heart desires. This was started by one of our very own viewers who suggested to me that there is, as a collective group, when you take a sampling of what people think price is going to be on something, that oftentimes the group can come up with the correct answer as a whole. When we first started doing this price prediction for the end of the week, a long time ago, everybody was getting it wrong for quite a few weeks. In fact, the group of people who guessed the least, or the least amount of votes, whatever price that ended up being, ended up winning for most of the first couple weeks. You sound like a post-government employee. I am not, Stone. I am not a post-government employee. I was raised in a government employee family, so that was a term that we used a lot. It's probably a really old term. I'll tell you what, Zach. I'll tell you what. If you want to fill in 1 week for somebody, I'll let you fill in, and you can see if you can get it every week. $3 gaps, a lot harder than you would think. Man, that is one hell of a V. Yes. Dog, yes. If it drives through 1636, it's a 15%. If it's to me, it looks like it's driving past it. The thing is that this could have this is now a setup for a new synthetic price failure at any given time. Those are always in play at any given time, which means it could drop to as much as 20% in a 24-hour period of time. I don't expect that to be the case, but it is a possibility. It's just something to be aware of. Well, let's take a look at something. Well, first off, I guess what I want to say is if we have 80 million shares traded for the day, guys, that I'm just going to point out that that is doubling of our average 3-month volume. Just kind of keep that in mind. If we do hit 80 million shares traded for the day today, that would be 15.5% or 15.6% of our total float traded in a single day. Boom. That should hit you. That should hit you right between the eyes and say like, huh? How's that possible? How could you possibly trade 15.6% of your entire float in a single day? Because that just doesn't happen. Not unless the stock is either being heavily shorted or is absolutely bankrupt. That just should not happen. It just doesn't happen. Or there's some kind of news. I guess that's one other thing. Some kind of news that would cause the price of the stock to just absolutely skyrocket. What news did we have? Did we have any news, guys? Is there some kind of there must be an amazing movie out. Let's see what amazing movies coming out here. I mean, we've already had some pretty good movies, but let's see what's coming up for new releases. Adam Aaron. Oh yeah, Moonfall. Moonfall. That's right. On the 26th. 2 more days advance showing on the 26th. Oh, it must be an epic movie. We have an epic movie that's going to be released in 2 days from now, guys. It is going to set all the records. Moonfall. Moonfall will be Motley Fuel Motley Fuel Motley Fool's it's going to be in there. It's going to be did Moonfall save AMC? That's going to be the title of one of their headers, I'm sure. I want it to help me, but it's not. Open link in a new window. It's not letting me do anything. All it looks is it just looks like a picture. It doesn't let me interact with it or anything. It's just a picture. Re-release of Spider-Man after yesterday and last night. I mean, that would be the case, right, Boris? Like, control volume. That should be the goal now. Don't let volume continue to stack. What are we at per minute here? Most of these are over 250. Still looking pretty good on volume. I just want to throw this out there, guys. Interestingly enough, and I don't mean to be picking on I forgot his name, something in Phoenix. James of Arizona. I said Phoenix. James of Arizona. I'm not trying to pick on you, so please. And I'm really sorry to hear about your job, man. I hope that they call you back to work because I know how that is. But I have within the last 48 hours, I have been hearing of some major shutdowns of different things that you just would not expect to have shut down. So where these pullbacks are coming from inside different markets, and I'm talking about TV stuff. I'm talking about uh, James example is a good one. I'm talking about there's a couple different businesses that I've heard where they are starting to let go of employees. There's some stuff going on right now. Not yet, Joe. Joe had a moment, passed out from all the excitement, and woke up to this. Ooh, Oh, Remtac, check this out. My wife, Derek, I said that. I said CBD popcorn. I said that a long time ago. Um, I'm glad I'm not the only one who think that would just absolutely sell like hotcakes. But no, here, check this out. What if you had different flavored butters? Like I know we're all like really used to like just regular movie popcorn butter. But what if you had like a garlic salt butter that you could put on, or like I don't know, different types of butter. One thing that we were kind of thinking about though was garlic jalapeno butter. Garlic jalapeno butter. Mmm. Doesn't that sound delicious? I don't know. Sounds like it could be kind of good. Hash butter all over your popcorn. It would be amazing. It would be absolutely amazing. Truffle butter. I mean, think about it. That would actually be a really good idea. The problem is whether or not AMC can afford to make that happen. But I think different flavored butters in your popcorn would be something. It was my wife's recommendation. I forget where it was. We saw it. We saw something saying somebody eats jalapenos and popcorn, and I was like, jalapenos and popcorn. And my wife goes, well, what if they just made it a jalapeno butter? I was like, ah. Could you tell, MCon? Could you tell? The Russell 2000 just went positive. Yeah, I know. I've seen the seasonings AP where it's like just you shake it on kind of thing, but I'm looking more for a flavored butter. I feel like a flavored butter would be more. I don't like the powder. I don't like the powder on the butter. I just want it to just be right in the butter. Infuse it in the butter. Oh, bacon butter popcorn. Get out. That is too far, sir. That is just that is going too far. That it sounds delicious. Bacon bacon jalapeno butter. Bomb drop. I'm tweeting that on my break. I'm tweeting that on my break to Adam Aaron. Jalapeno bacon butter. Oh, dang, that would be so good. I'm like salivating right now. I gotta go eat. All right, let's do the 1 o'clock. This is making me so hungry. Oh, my stomach's like gurgling right now. Oh, that sounds so good. Bacon butter on your popcorn. It's too far. The amounts of money that would be made. It's too far. The hedge funds couldn't handle that. All right, taking you guys over to the other page here. Let's take a look at some of our indicators. Do you guys feel like you can breathe a little easier? I feel like I'm taking deep breaths now. We gotta breathe. Off exchange 5105 and 1352. Refreshing. 5155 on the off exchange and CBOE is at 1362. Considering the SSR is tripped, I'm really surprised to see the off exchange as high as it is. I'm really surprised. Taking a look at Vortex. An hour ago, it was reporting 9.33 million shares. What am I saying? 0.933 million shares, just under a million shares having been borrowed. It is now up to 0.954. So slight increase. That's got our current short share interest of the free float up 20.28. And taking a look at the options, let's refresh those. Calls. Highest amount of calls at a $17 strike price. An hour ago it was 16, is now increased to 17. At 16, it was 12.4 thousand contracts. At 17, it is now 16.6. Puts. Highest amount of puts at a $15 strike price. An hour ago was 17.3 and is now 22.3. Options are currently signaling towards a closing price of $16 for the day today. That's what they're signaling for. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers, AMC is currently in the top 10 with 74% buys to 26% sales. GM is in 8th with 89% buys to 11% sales. Sorry, one second. I got to move this over. There we go. Shares borrowed in the last hour. $50,000. 4.95 million shares having been borrowed in the last hour. Did I say? Sorry, I was distracted, guys. I had something going through my ear. 4.95 million shares having been borrowed today. Sorry, not in the last hour. It was just 50,000 shares in the last hour. 3.8 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 41.7 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. 99, just underneath my target of 100,000 shares being out the money on the calls. SSR did trigger for today, so we'll be on for tomorrow as well. NASDAQ is down 1.49, Dow Jones is down 1.33, S&P 500 is down 1.45. The market's not on fire as it was earlier, but it's heavily declining, with 5,105 decliners to 2,373 advancers. The VIX is down 18.54. IWM is up 0.58. Tesla is down 4.72. Amazon down 0.94. Cinemark down 5%. Doge down 4.97%. Bitcoin down 0.3. GME down 7.81 and AMC down 4.73. Our inflow versus outflow now back to the regularly scheduled numbers. Somehow that got fixed. It's currently showing 144 to 156, so a 12-point spread. So $12 more million in inflow than outflow, and yet our price is down almost 5%. Shares having been traded for the day today. $88.5 million shares is the pace that we're on. I said somewhere between 70 and 90. So we're inside my range on the high side. The question is, will we make it on the low side? $17.28 being our current most high. That puts us at a 21.4% increase in price from the bottom of 1423. And with that, all done. Let me see what you guys are saying. Yeah, I'm so hungry now. So hungry. I hope so, Joe. I really do hope so. MCon, they can't continuously short the crap out of this thing, man. There is limitations on how low they can take this stuff. And a lot of it has to do with failure delivers. A lot of it has to do with the amount of shares that they're shorting, when they're shorting them. A lot of it has to do with options. There's a lot of different things that are in play here. Another bull trap. So here's the problem with that, Jeff. I'm seeing another bull trap. We should buy at 245 every day, basically keep volume low throughout the day and buy balls to the wall. It's not. You'd have to let me think about that one for a while, but I don't think something like that's really going to help. Like having buy orders coming all through at once at the same time actually really isn't that helpful. And the reason for that is if you do it in the last period of the day and they can close those orders the next day or in the aftermarket hours and then they drop the price, then they're just skimming you off the top. Not like that's not happening all the time anyways, but it could still be happening. No, so I'd be inclined to believe that's correct. Yes. So it's waiting for a specific point in time of the day to buy wouldn't necessarily. I don't know that that would necessarily help. Um, unless, and I'm not suggesting that we do anything coordinated. If buying happened in the aftermarket hours or pre-market hours, that could tend to see more price discovery from those orders than perhaps something that came through during the open market session. But you'd be paying extra for it, right? For those orders. Those orders are going to cost you more. Similarly, a lot of people have been suggesting recently that you buy in the money calls. And then exercise those, and basically you're paying a premium for your shares in advance so that they can't be skimmed. Like if you're going to pay a premium anyways, why have it skimmed off the top and then force market makers to buy those shares from the market to deliver those to you when you exercise them? The only problem that I see with that is that it's a very, very dangerous game because then what I see happening is something like what you had today, where people bought maybe perhaps on maybe a Thursday or whatever day of the week it is that they're buying, and they force the price down to cause those to be no longer in the money and then allow price to drive back up in the later portion of the day. So, I mean, if they did that to you on a Friday, you'd be hosed. You'd be hosed. Especially if they kept the price down there. Somebody asked a question a minute ago, and I didn't do a great job of answering it. And I need to think about it. It was Jeff. It's Jeff. Your question is bothering me, man. It's not. It's not you. It's just I'm trying to think how that would help, and I'm struggling to figure out how that would help. Sean saying, I think Sean, it's been a while, man. How you doing? Text me sometime, man. Don't be a stranger. I don't mind getting texts from you. It's been a while since I've seen you around, buddy. I care about you, man. And to be frank, Sean, why didn't I text you if I was missing you? If you understood how many directions I was pulled every single day. It's like I have my plate full, and sometimes I just, sometimes you got to reach out to me first. Let's see. AP is saying, I can't wait to hear the YouTube videos of other streamers saying that today's price action is due to margin calls. Yeah, yeah, no kidding. That's not the case. That is not the case. In fact, when I told you, what potentially was the price going to be for the close today, I said that it was probably going to be within $1 of the closing price from last Friday. Last Friday's closing price was $17.97, so we might be looking at like $16.97 as a closing price for the day today. We'll see if we can get there. I don't know, I might be a little bit wrong here as price is coming back down a little bit, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. It was certainly a nice little run there, that's for sure. Oh man, no. So you should have seen, or Legendary said, "Damn, that's a big buyer." You should have seen the one we had earlier. We had one earlier that I think it was like 120,000 shares, and that thing held. It held all the way through 120,000 shares. I don't remember where that was. It was $15. It was at $15. They already made money off those shares. They've already got a profit. Nosa says, I've heard that buying right before market close, regular hours, it reduces the margin they have to manipulate the flows. It's possible. It's possible. That's why the question's kind of bothering me a little bit. I don't have enough experience to know. I think that's the answer that I'm going to give. I really don't know if I can talk on authority on that. I don't know if that would be the case or not. I don't know if it's FOMO, Nikki. I'm telling you what, these V price maneuvers that we've been seeing lately, in all honesty, to me look like long institutions turning on and off buy switches. I mean, that's what that looks like to me. It really does. Empire saying it's the algo sprinkling in our buys, but whose algos though, right? Like whose algorithms are doing? See, and the thing is too is we're going through our brokers, Empire. So if you're suggesting that it's the algos, sprinkling in our buy orders, then I would agree with you that that's long institutions, right? Long institutions turning on and off the buy switches and deciding when they're going to put the buy orders in and when they're going to not put them in. or when they're going to stuff them through their own dark pools. They have their own dark pools. Uh, for Fidelity, it's FDLM. Amanda says it's following SPY. Yep, SPY. I'm not watching it, but I wouldn't doubt it. Yeah, I don't think this is FOMO. It's not. I don't think that's what it is. That's just my opinion. But I don't think that's what this is. I think you're seeing long institutions deciding what they're going to make the price, and they're doing it based off of probably whatever's going to make them the most money in the derivatives, if I had to guess. And so I keep saying, the more we play the derivatives, the longer this is going to take. There's a lot of people who want to make money. One of the one of the ones um, one of the ones that I saw last night, I was on Twitter. Somebody said something about like I've got to make money to recoup my losses on AMC, so I'm making money on the options, right? Playing the options, and I was like, wait a minute. First off, you haven't lost any money unless you sold. So to make the argument that you've got to make up whatever money you've lost is a falsehood. Number two, um, wait, I gotta go back to what it was I wrote because I can't even remember what the second point was. The second point was, these are my exact words. I said, I want to recoup my unrealized losses so I can harm my chances at generational wealth. Or at least they wrote, it's your only hope of recouping some of the money you've lost since the stock is down 75% and counting. And so I said, so I want to recoup my unrealized losses so I can harm my chances at generational wealth, or at least that's how what you wrote reads. Just saying, right? I mean, if this causes people to lose money from the play because they're trying to play the options, trying to make money while they haven't lost money in the first place, and then they lose money in the options as well. It's just always been buy and hold. That's it. You don't have to do anything else. That's it. Period. End of story. Yeah, I can definitely I feel like there's things that are happening. There are definitely things that are happening, and it may not necessarily matter. Even if people do play the derivatives, there may be a couple balls that are in play right now that may not make any difference. Like they're just potentially trying to make as much money as they can before those inevitable things happen. Did they borrow more shares? Did they sneak them in underneath my nose there, ABC? Let me check and see. They sure did, didn't they? You know what, dude? I'm calling you dude. I don't know if you're a dude or you're not. Maybe you've told me before, I don't remember, but don't be offended. If I ever call you a dude and you're not a dude, when you're from the West Coast, a dude's anybody. It's just a general, it's like it's calling you a person. So, so please don't ever get offended if I call you dude. But dude, let me just tell you, 200,000 shares. I love the fact that you're watching this. It excites me to know that you care about what's going on with this enough to sit there and watch this consistently. Thank you for bringing that up. You're absolutely right. Another 200,000 shares having been borrowed. Let's see, where does that put us at? Is that 4.15? I mean 5.15? Let's see. Yeah, 5.15. Just want to make sure I had to math it out. 5.15 million shares having been borrowed for the day-to-day off of Stonko Tracker's data. That's high. An average day should, or what we've seen in the past, is about 4.5 million. MCon says, I'm a dude, man. I love that movie. I love that movie. And you want to know something funny, MCon? I told my mom was talking, I don't remember what we were talking about, but I said, Mom, I have a bad sense of humor. She's like, "Oh, you don't have a bad sense of humor." And I said, "You don't understand. Like, let me show you I'm a comedy that I really, really like, and let's see if you laugh." And so I made her watch that, and it was hard for me to watch it in front of her. It was hard for me to watch that movie in front of her. You guys have seen my mom. She's nice. She's a she's a nice lady. You know me, WM. I'm not trading off of value. I'm trading off of indicators. She is a sweetheart. She is a total sweetheart, and I feel bad that I made her watch that movie. I feel worse. I feel worse that I passed out because I'd seen it before. I'm really bad about that, guys. If I have to watch a movie I've seen before, I usually pass out watching it because I can't do that. ABC is an East Coast dude. All right, guys, it's time for me to take a break. I'm probably going to come back a little bit late. I'll come back at 2:05. Just come leaving a little bit late here. It's time for this dude to go eat something because I didn't eat something earlier. So all that popcorn, buttered popcorn information was too much for me. Yeah, Amanda's a dude too. Amanda's a dude from East Coast. Alrighty, guys. I will see you in a little bit. Put some music on and 2:05. All right, I'm back. Let's see what we got going on here. I'm full. I ate too much. I hear you, dog. I definitely hear you, man. Isn't that Wednesday, Badback? Thanks. It's good to be back, Nosa. All right. I'm going to update Fidelity. Taking you guys over to the other screen. Off exchange. 5.155 and 1362. We have 5174 for off exchange now and 1346 for CBOE EDGX. So the off exchange going up and CBOE going down just slightly. Vortex reporting 0.592 million shares having been borrowed for the day today. It was 0.954 an hour ago. 592,000. That's going to lower the estimated current short share interest of the free float just slightly down to 20.21%. And we'll throw Vortex over here to the side so I can show you guys something. Taking a look at the options. At a $17 strike call price, an hour ago there were 16.6 thousand contracts. There is now 21.1. And on the put side, at a $15 strike price, there was 22.3. It is now 25.1. All right, let me show you guys what I wanted to show you on Vortex. TMI tweeted a little bit ago that we're at a record amount of current short interest. So the exchange reported short interest has not been updated. So he's got to be talking about the estimated current short interest. The all-time high that I see is 108.56, which is interesting to me because he said that it was an all-time high and it's not. So I'm not quite sure, but it is really high though. Yeah, I'm not really sure where he got his numbers from. I guess maybe when you added in, maybe when it was at the 4 million, maybe it was earlier this morning when it was up at 4 million borrow change, or 3 point something million. That would have put us over. It would have put us really close because it would have put us at like 106. But 108 is the highest ever, so not all the way completely true. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC has slipped off the top 10 list. GME's in 10th with 87% buys to 13% sales. AMC is probably really close. Let's see, 11th. We're in 11th with 71% buys to 29% sales. Not bad. Good numbers on both sides there. Okay, no new shares borrowed in the last hour. Total amount of shares having been borrowed for the day is 5.15, which is higher than the average of 4.5. 2.2 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 27.9 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. SSR has been tripped today, will be on for tomorrow. The NASDAQ is down 1.16, Dow Jones is down 1.18, and the S&P 500 is down 1.3. The market is declining over advancing with 4,831 decliners to 2,683 advancers. VIX is up 13.8. IWM is up 1.23. Tesla is down 5.33%. Amazon is down 1%. Cinemark down 3.56. Doge down 5.3. Bitcoin down 0.21. GME down 9.26 and AMC down 10.24. A refresh of our inflow versus outflow is showing a 20-point spread with more inflow than outflow. And volume currently showing 73.96 million shares having been traded. Still having heavy amounts of volume. I said 70 to 90 million shares traded for the day today. I think I'll end up being right. Well, let's check that out. What do we got going on here? 70, see, 390 minus 45, 345. We're on pace for 83.6 million shares traded for the day-to-day. Bondaro earlier had said 80 million. That'll be interesting to see. I'm really curious if he's going to nail it on the head with his prediction. I know it was only like an hour or two ago, but still, I'd like to see how close he gets. That's pretty cool. I suggested to you guys that we would close down maybe $1 at the most from our closing price from last Friday, which was $17.97. So I was looking for a closing price of around $16.97, potentially. We did manage to fall back down in price below that 15% up target, but 17.28 was our top there. Let me enter that in. I already have that in there. That's 21.4% up in price since we hit the bottom of 14.23. So that is a very nice increase back up. That is now our new high, and we're looking for higher highs. Taking a look at the intervals, on the daily interval, we have more. Actually, it looks like pretty even buying and selling pressure with RSI at 20.74. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 43.95. On a 30-minute interval, we have more more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.14. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 56.59. ABC says, Casey, what took you so long? You missed the MOASS. I know, right? What did take me so long? So this year, as of this year, or in the last year, this is the highest that the VIX has gotten up to within the last year. Previously, the last time previously that this got this high was 2020 in November. Well, you guys know what time it is. It's time to crack open a beer. And it's time to toast. If you made it through today, reach around, or actually, hold up your left hand, reach around your back, and pat yourself on the back. Good job. Way to hold through this. That was pretty tough. It was a little tough. It was tough to watch. It was tough to stomach. But you made it. If you're patting yourself on the back, you made it. Perhaps you have some of these now growing in between your legs. It's a possibility, maybe. I don't know. You could potentially have some of those growing between your legs now. Be careful when you sit down. They can hurt. Cheers to making it through the day. Steven. Yeah, just go ahead and pat yourself on the back, please. Oh man. Woohoo, Philip. Way to go, man. If you were able to if you managed to decrease your cost average per share today, congratulations. I think that is awesome. I think that's really, really cool that you were able to do that. I'm a little envious. I'm definitely a little envious. Derek says my diamonds are dragging the floor. Oh, bad back. I don't know what you're talking about, man, but sounds like you're pretty intense over there. Relax. Take it easy, man. Take a breather. The day's over. It's almost over. Did they announce it? Is it March for sure now? The Feds are raising interest rates in March. Do you think the whales will dump before March? Since the Feds are raising interest rates in March, do you think the whale who Dennis, just out of curiosity, because I'm a little confused by that question, just a tad. I think I know what you mean, but who are you referring to as the whales? Are you talking about long institutions, or are you talking about the whale hedge funds? Because I don't think that the hedge funds are going to be closing their positions by March. So if you're talking about long institutions, I don't know why they would sell before March. Derek. Oh my, Derek. Yeesh. I don't know, man. Careful, he might bite. Just saying, but I think bad back might be a nibbler. I wasn't reading what you posted earlier. You said, hell no, just asking a question because no one listened to him. Who's him? And stop buying. But it's still flirting lower, and 12 is in reach. So I was asking, is it still a concern even though no one stopped buying? No, it's not a concern. I mean, I guess if you're asking, I don't know who you're referencing, but I wasn't reading what you guys wrote while I was gone, but it seems like you had a conversation over him is, but I'm tired, guys. I stayed up way too late last night. No more of that for me. I gotta go to bed on time. I'm telling you, eat, sleep, drink. When I tell you that every single day, guys, it is so important. It is so important. I need to live by my own rules. Eat, sleep, drink. Get plenty of rest. I'm telling you guys, rest is so crucial through this entire process. It can mean the difference between you being cranky and telling somebody to shut the hell up and you having a good day, even though you had some crazy price action throughout the day. So, get that rest. Get the rest. Be of solid mind. Oh yeah. So when we looked at the I know what you're talking about now, bad back. So if when the options were that came out, the leap options that were set up there, and we saw the options last week, that number got lowered. That number definitely got lowered. So 12 is no longer the number that I'm really kind of pushing for. I think 15 there's a big chunk at 15, but 10 is now the new number. I see like a big amount at 10, but see the thing is it depends on how many shares are being, how many short interest shares are being opened as the price moves down. For example, like just today alone, there was a lot of open interest, short interest that was created today. However, a lot of it was really close too. I mean, we saw like 3.25 million and 3 million of that. So at least what is that? 30,000 contracts. Is that right? 30,000. Yeah, 30,000 contracts got closed out today. By my estimates, I'm estimating off of the borrowed change amount. But if I had to guess, I'd say about 30,000 contracts looks like they of short interest that got closed out today. Well, if you look at the open or how many contracts were open this morning, there's quite a few. So if most of those got closed out, then they're safe, right? But if something were to happen and this price were to start driving up and some contracts like that were opened and they got caught down low, then there's a problem, right? And what that means is that there's short interest that's open out there that's caught out of the money, and that's where the issues start to become a big problem for the hedge funds. So we didn't really see that happen today. Even though price drove way down, it seemed like a lot of those positions closed, but there's still a whole bunch of short interest that's open still that's lower. So I think that's moved down to 10 now though, based off of last week's numbers. But it all really depends on how much short interest is opened as price continues to move down. How much of it gets open and how much of it's closed out. And if you look into the futures, if you pull up like Stonko Tracker and you look into the futures on how much there is in open interest that's out of the money currently, you can run it through an Excel program just to kind of see where it stands. And I'll do that right now. And you can kind of see how much. I mean, there's two different ways to go about this, right? But the easiest way is to just pull up an Excel spreadsheet and figure it out. I always do that. So I'm going to do equals sum. I'm going to add up all the, oops, I did the wrong column. Oh, that's all right. I'll just do this one anyways too. All right, so we have 218 out of the money contracts for that's, built up from now until looks like basically 2024 January. Basically like a year's worth of, oh no, 2 years. There's in some cases 2 years. Some of those must be leaps. But basically, like most of this is open interest for this year or a year out. But this is all the open interest that's there that's out of the money currently, and it's 218,000 contracts, right? You add a couple zeros to that number, and you get equals this times 100. And let's see, I think people like seeing the commas in there. You get 21.8 million shares that are short interest right now, that are open, that are out of the money. And so you take that number and, well, actually, that's all you really need to know. So that's like a running number that you can just calculate and see where it stands every single day, and you can just check that, right, and see if that's going up, if that's going down. Now, if we were to drive down to $10, as an example, let's say we drove under $10 and we went down to like 9 and some change, and a bunch of positions were closed out. If we did that and this number still remained the same at 21.8 million, then we have no problems. But if this number drastically drops down to like, I don't know, probably like, let me just do some quick math. 21.8. I would actually have to go further. I would have to dig deeper on this because I'd need to like do some contrast and comparisons to other stocks out there and see what they have in open interest. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to spend some time looking into that because I think that's probably is a really good number to know. To know what your limitations are, like how far down could price go and short interest disappear, and kind of be that point to where you go like, ooh, something's not good here. For the most part, though, the way I look at it, the way that I look at it is through Vortex, and for me, the numbers that I like seeing is that so long as our short interest isn't driving down and our on loan amount driving down at the same time, I'm okay with that, right? As long as those are continuing to either hold where they're at or rising, those are good numbers for us. So far, as it stands, those numbers are doing pretty decently. I mean, they're holding across the board where they're at. And short interest is actually, picking up in almost some of the highest amount of short interest we've seen all year. So in my opinion, that's really, really good, because if price suddenly jumps up out of control, right? If they lose control of price and price starts moving up, that's all trapped short interest. Bad, super, super bad for hedge funds. Super bad for anybody who's shorting the stock. So that's kind of where I'm at. It's much easier for me to just see it graphically represented by the reported numbers from institutions that are loaning shares and creating short interest. But it wouldn't hurt to figure out the actual values and see how it ranks up to another stock out there. Sorry, bad back. I didn't understand what it was. I didn't realize you were talking to me. I thought you were actually talking to somebody else in the conversation. The way that it was written, it for some reason to me looked like you were saying something to somebody else. Hayden. The best thing you should do, Hayden, is call up Fidelity and tell them that you have money that you'd like to invest and ask them if AMC is a good investment. That's the best one. See, the thing is, though, Hayden is as well, and I'm not. I know you already know this, but I'm just saying it for everybody else's sake, I guess. Even though they are placeholders, they're treated as though they are like real shares. So it is an IOU. You have an IOU, and somebody, your broker specifically, somebody owes your broker an IOU for the share that they supposedly are holding for you. And so eventually they'll get it. Once the synthetic shares start trading enough to where they're actually moved around and it finally makes it into your hand. But yeah, that probably won't happen until we're on the backside of a squeeze or whenever you decide to sell your shares. That's not even true. Even if you decide to sell your shares, they may not necessarily make it into your hand either, or they wouldn't. I bad back. I didn't even realize until like I think it was a week ago. I went onto somebody else's YouTube channel live stream and I started typing in a message, and I didn't realize that live streams only limit that they limit you to how much you can type in there. I literally did not know this until like a week ago. No idea. Like completely new to me. Hayden's like, I sense a little bit of sarcasm. Maybe? Just a little? Oh man. Boy, wouldn't it be something if we closed exactly $1 down? I don't know what's up with my beer, guys, but it's a little extra skunky lately. I mean, it's always been a skunky kind of tasting beer, which normally I absolutely hate. But for some reason, this is one of those kind of beers where like um, you take a sip of it, and then your taste buds like go like, yay, hi, 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 what did you just do to me? And then you're just kind of like, ooh, I think I need another drink because that's exciting. That's how I feel about this drink. But for some reason lately, this skunkiness has been off. Wonder, do they have dates? I think they do have dates. I can't read the date because it's too dark in here. Oh, I see how it is. I can't tell if that's a 2 or a 3. It looks like it says 320 of 22. So it's not expired. I don't know. No, ma'am. Nikki, it is 2:38 where I'm at. Where, like, well, I don't want to ask you what time it is where you're at. I'll tell everybody where you're located. It is 2:38 here, my time. We have about 22 more minutes of trading to go. You know, there was something I was showing everybody earlier today. Not all of you may have gotten a chance to see it, so I'm going to pull it up. I have no idea what this is called. So what I have on the screen right now is I actually had my son help me with this. Hunter helped me out with this, and man, that kid is smart. I'm telling you guys. When the fruit of your loins is able to help you with something and they're only a junior in high school, it makes you feel good. It makes you feel good because you go like, I made that. I was struggling. I got to a certain point where I was creating a matrix, an Excel matrix, and ran into a very simple formula. For some reason, I just could not get my mind past it. Why I was running into problems. And so he sat down with me and we kind of I just had him like look over my work a little bit and he figured it out. And I was really grateful. I told him, I said, you know, thank you. You earned your apehood, son. He is an ape. He owns a few shares. But anyways, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. You'll see listed here. Those are obviously the days of the week. If the previous day was a green day in the last year, and this data is taken from 114 of this last year to 114 of this year, if it was a green day the previous day, then Monday was green 19 times in this last year, which based on how many Mondays we had in the year, that was 40% of the time. If it was a red day the previous trading day, then 26% of the time it ended up being a green day. So there's a little bit of a matrix here going on that tells you, you know, what is the likelihood that you'll see a green or a red day based off of the previous day's numbers, or whether or not it was red or green. And so one of the things I kind of wanted to show you, I guess, is if you take the two percentages right here and add them together, which is this last column, what you have is you have a percentage, your likelihood of percentage that you're going to have a green day on any given day of the week. Well, Mondays are 66%. That is our highest number. Everything else is lower than 50, meaning majority of the time our green days are on Mondays. What does this also mean? The lowest value is how often we least likely have green days, which is Wednesdays, which is only 38% of the time. 38% of the time, Wednesdays are green. 19% of the time, if the previous day was green on a Wednesday, like if a Tuesday was green, then Wednesday's got a 19% chance of being green, and it's also 19% for a red day previous to Wednesday. So I'm suggesting that if we see a green day on Wednesday, that we have a major reversal on our hands, because 38% of the time it's a green day. But the likelihood of, irregardless of what happens tomorrow, it's always going to have a 19% chance of being a green day, one way or the other. That's a 1 in 5 chance. 1 in 5 chance is very, very low. So if we see a reversal on Wednesday, it's not an anomaly. Something is changing. Here's the other part. If a Wednesday is green, the chances of you having a green day on Thursday is 13%. Almost a 1 in 10 chance. Almost. Not quite. That's bad. If we have if we have a green Wednesday and a green Thursday, we are in a serious change of path. Absolutely serious change of path. So I want you to keep that in mind as Wednesday and Thursday approaches. We'll see if it happens. I don't know that it will. In fact, the odds are saying no, but we'll see. Boris says COVID makes beer taste bad. Ugh. Yeah, I can imagine. Well, the COVID taste, it takes away like most of your taste, and well, for me, it took away the taste and smell. Hopefully, you guys had a chance to vote in today's price prediction of for the end of the week. So far, the largest amount of votes, it's a tie between $15 to $20 and $25 to $30. It's a tie. How many people is that? 35, huh? 35 and a half of you. 35 and a half of you voted for those. Oh, okay, somebody just voted for 15 to 20. Okay. 15 to 20 is the not so clear winner right now. Omicron doesn't affect smell and taste. It didn't for me either. That's good to know. %17 of you guys said $10 to $15. %17%. If you get the one that has where you lose your smell or taste, you have the last model of COVID. It's a good brand to have. Oh man. All right, guys, we're down to the last 15 minutes. This is usually where we get our best push, although we did have a push earlier that started right almost 10 minutes into the power hour. We'll see what ends up happening. I said between 70 and 90 million shares traded for the day today. It looks like we're going to fall right down the middle. By the way, volume last Friday was 64.9, so we're going from 64.9 million shares traded to at least 80 would be my guess, which is it's a pretty significant amount, pretty significant jump. Did you guys see that article? I'm going back. Are you kidding me? Look at this. AMC Entertainment continues to crash with the bear market. What's next? Continues? What the? We didn't continue to crash. Come on. Really? They put that out at 216. JP says this has been the biggest day in terms of volume since the 17th of December. Is the 17th of December the day we had a 19% increase in price, if I'm not mistaken, JP? Let me pull up my data. Sure is. Sure is. I'm going to say no, Bobby, but I'd hate to be wrong. I mean, we drove up past the 15% mark. Synthetic price failures can start over anytime you drive up 15% or more. And so the actual answer is yes, that could happen at any time. However, since we just had a decrease of 40, what was it? It's a total of 45.6% decrease in price. I would think that we would see higher highs than just 21% increase in price before seeing new lows again. So that's my analysis and just my opinion, not financial advice. We wait for it to build, Zach. We wait for it to build. Tomorrow, I'm expecting to see more volume tomorrow. Maybe a slight green day. Very slight, very, very slight. So if we close it like, let's just say we close at 17, then I would suggest like maybe a 1725 or 1750 close for tomorrow. 25 cents up maybe at the most. Not a whole lot. Nothing crazy. And then I think we're waiting for that volume. Volume should be higher tomorrow than today. And then Wednesday. Where the highs and low, no, the highs that I have tracked, JP, is 26.17 and 14.23. You've got 23.65 and 29.12. I'm not sure what those are. So on 1/6 we hit a high of 26.17, and then today we obviously hit the low of 14.23. Boy, it sure did, didn't it? This is if you want to see my charting, JP, there you go. I don't have any problem showing you guys this ever. If you just want to see what I've got marked down for our numbers, this is what I got. So 1728 is our new high. So we should be looking for bigger highs off of this value, right? Like last time we hit 40% down, we went up 59%. Last time we hit 35.4% down, we went up at least 25.8%. This is by far the biggest drop that we've had. 45.6 is one of the largest drops that we have seen since I've been tracking this since May 13th. And it was done over an 18-day period of time. Central Bank of Russia reports suggest more crypto regulation. Oh, you're talking about the 17th. Okay, I see, JP. I didn't realize what you were talking about. Yeah, the 17th of December. Well, the previous day's closing was 24.45, and then the ending closing price on the 17th was 29.12. But the low was 24.39. The high was 30.71. The open was 23.65. Yeah, 23.65. Well, guys, it's been a wild and crazy day. It's been a wild and crazy day, but hopefully you survived it. But I'll tell you what'll get you through the next day even better, because it never really changes. It always comes down to eating, sleeping, and drinking. Get plenty of rest. It really helps. Spend time with your family. Spend time with your girlfriend, boyfriend. I don't know. Spend time with your kids or your pets. Whatever it is you're going to spend time with it. But above all else, don't have a good day. Have a great day. See you guys tomorrow.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, boost ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Forward leg now and ascent.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Hey, this is not financial advice. Remember, oh wait, when you made the housing market crash, the planet of the apes, and we just want our parents' money back. We can see it in your face that you ain't think we would remember that. Ring, 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 Kenny, boy, you better answer that. Someone call Kenny, ask the hedgie where my money at. Failure to deliver's coming due, but you can't get them back. When margin gets a call and shit, Adele, you better answer that. Green boom boom candles to the moon and we ain't coming back. Huddle AMC till each share is worth 100 racks. Huddle GME till each share is worth double that. I'm a diamond-handed ape, someone show me where the shuttle at. Green boom boom candles to the moon and we ain't coming back. I'm a smooth-brained ape, but not as smooth as where I purchased at. My average so low, it's like I don't know what I'm swinging at. Hey, old man, how many times do we gotta teach you that we make dumb amounts of money, so we don't mind it when you call us that? It's ironic that they talk fundamentals while their pockets bleed just to fundamentals. No boss, no shills, no FUD accepted when you address the apes and a different message. Cause our favorite breakfast is a tasty dip. Every red candle always leaves a wick that consolidates for just a little bit. We draw rocket ships and watch it rip. We came up out the jungle, we ain't scared to be broke. We're just a bunch of dumb gorillas. Why you mad at us, bro? Because we made your game stop, and now we're the stars of the show. We take aim, see the moon, that's where the apes wanna go. I said, someone call Kenny, ask the hedgie where my money at. Failure to deliver's coming due, but you can't get them back. When margin gets a call and shit, Adele, you better answer that. Green boom boom candles to the moon and we ain't coming back. Huddle AMC till each share is worth 100 racks. Huddle GME till each share is worth double that. I'm a diamond-handed ape, someone show me where the shuttle at. Green boom boom candles to the moon and we ain't coming back. Coming back.
There it is! There it is! There it is! There it is! Look at that freaking boom boom candle, baby! Let's go! Holy freaking crap, and it's still ripping! It's still freaking ripping, baby!
Someone call Kenny, ask the hedgie where my money at. Failure to deliver's coming due, but you can't get them back. When margin gets a call and shit, Adele, you better answer that. Green boom boom candles to the moon and we ain't coming back. Huddle AMC till each share is worth 100 racks. Huddle She and me, Tilly share is worth double that. I'm a diamond-handed ape, someone show me where the shuttle at. Green boom boom candles to the